Earlier we used to have all kinds of, apertures in which no one would like, it's like the doctor saying, the ENT specialist would say that you will not go to the eye doctor for eye problems. The specialization has become so profound that the old system of that interdisciplinary approach in medicine is missing. But converse is happening in this field of digital world, where in the digital world, when we are talking of the skilling, upskilling, reskilling, and education as the platform, we need to talk about the content creation. We need to talk of the e-commerce. We need to talk of the digital commercialization. We need to also know about the social media. We need to also do about the designs. We need to know about the analytics. Now, this is not normally the cup of tea of everyone, but in this present age, everyone has to know little bit of everything. It's like a pudding, so that he is able to do his job. He need not be an expert like all these people here. We don't want you to be professors, but those who are doing any study or any pursuit of knowledge, they have to be trained in the present education system in such a way that automatically those who are already on the job, they need to be reskilled or upskilled for those courses in which you would be able to have more of content creation, more of goals creation, and more of service delivery, and all aimed at human development. Similarly, a student who is now trying to come up from, let's say, school age to college age to higher age, he need to have integration of all these things in such a way that he has to have a complete set of some functional knowledge. He can specialize later on through his own specialization papers, like all these people are specialized people. But he cannot say that I don't want to know, I cannot know. You just cannot afford to say, ignore that you don't want to know. It is like saying that those, like, in the COVID time, if you have seen, we started a hybrid system of working from home and also attending the office. So that system was a hybrid system in which 2 days at office and 3 days or 4 days at home. But all together, it was all aimed at. So the hybrid system came up of attendance during the COVID system. Now we are talking of the hybrid system of digital knowledge, when all these new innovations are coming every day. I am not a specialist, but those who are in this line, every day something or the other is happening in the age of analytics, IoT, artificial intelligence, robotics, something or the other is happening. Those who want to catch new knowledge. Now those have to be included, incorporated, or at least known to you as to what is its fallacy, what is its misgiving, or what is its limitation. You not to know, you may not be applying it. But all those things have to be known to you, and those kind of things where you need to be skilled, have to be skilled, you need to be skilled at the appropriate level whenever you need it. Since this entire topic and the session is devoted on this, we would like our esteemed speakers who are celebrities in their own area. They're quite people of consequence, they're people of knowledge, deep knowledge in these old fields. They need to only talk to you people as clients here. You are the clients and the students, as to in what way your future should be hooked on, to see that the entire focus of this session does match with the needs or the appropriate needs of in the coming days. So I would like to start with Mr. Ram, who can take up this thing for around 8 to 10 minutes, and then we can follow with Mr. Mohanty and Mr. Raja Subramaniam ji, and finally with Mr. Mahapatra. Can we start with Mr. Ram? They said that podium, but it's not banned. After you, okay. It's not banned. It's an advisory.
Yeah. In this broader area, I would like to talk about.
Just introduce you. Yeah. Thank you so much for the opening remarks. And coming from a retired IS officer, the quote I really admired what he said was, you just can't afford to say I can't. So the important thing is that we have to say, I can. And that's how the journey begins. I stand here to introduce Professor Dr. I. Arularam. He's a professor, Department of Media Sciences, Anna University, Chennai. And he was a former head at the Department of Media Sciences in Anna University. He was director of UGC's Educational Multimedia Research, EMRC, during 2010 to 2011. He also heads Anna Community Radio, India's first community radio, and got National Award for Best Communication Practices and Lead Community Radio status from the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. He serves as the Vice President South of Community Radio Association. He was an additional director of the Center of Faculty Development in 2019 and 20. He was coordinator of MSc Science Technology Communication, offered with the support of Department of Science and Technology. He got the Best Program Officer Award in the National Services Scheme, NSS, and he was formerly as a chief sub-editor with the Hindu newspaper based out in Chennai and New Delhi. He also served the president of Madras Press Club. His areas of specialization, dear audiences, is environmental communication, peace journalism, science communication, and climate change communication, which will be something of our interest to sink in with the theme of today's plenary session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. As the moderator said that it's a hybrid education, we reduce the amount of time, the seat time we spend in the classroom, and apart from the classroom time also we work. And it aids students to spend more time individually and collaboratively. And talking about de-skilling, if an industry, let's say that a tire-based industry, Dunlop tire, that they introduce a new technology and the technology has become obsolete, we need to de-skill and re-skill. In that context, that some of the things which their own staff, higher level staff cannot deal with, we can use quality video content from elsewhere. Hybrid education offers flexibility, a wealth of online resources and expert instructors and peer networks. But to have hybrid education, that to apart from classroom hours we need to learn, and the student has to be self-disciplined and motivated. Some of the learning points of hybrid education is that better understanding and retention, ability to follow individual interests, personalized learning goals, better teacher-student interaction, and more applied hands-on training, inclusiveness, particularly ensuring equity. In fact, traditionally also the best of the institutions offer hybrid education. And that, for instance, when I was a student of literature in the University of Hyderabad, most of the readings we used to do at home, and then only the discussion used to be and interpretation used to be happen in the classroom. That itself, it's not an online-based hybrid, but it's a hybrid. And AI technology, what we call it as AI technology, and any cutting-edge AI technology, when it becomes a commonplace, it's only called a computer program, an algorithm, or an application. It provides personalized learning experiences, content creating, catering to individuals' learning styles and needs, and it provides tailor-made guidance. And some of the best online tools are that virtual reality simulations and intelligent tutoring systems. Examples of AI tools include virtual reality simulations. It offers immersive learning, just like the video games that offers immersive experience to practice in a safe environment. Related to virtual reality are 3D, gaming, and simulation. And next is the intelligent tutoring systems, adapting learning content based on a learner's specific needs and provide personalized guidance. In this AI-based learning, cobots which supports the teacher, and humanoids which replaces the teacher also happens. And metaverse can transform education, again, which is VR-based. It can facilitate comprehension, knowledge, and retention. It can provide live virtual classrooms with other students across the world. And somebody else in some other country can walk into the conference hall and participate in it. And in an experiment of Kalvi experiment in schools, the students were taught about rocket technology, and students were able to disassemble and assemble the rocket, and they were able to learn successfully. This project happened in Chennai. And part of the English language teaching, and this particular tool available in the market, it was able to teach students 42 phonic sounds with the indefinite patience. But some of the faults identified by the users are that it often represented even things which are already mastered, which led to boredom. And next thing is that it sometimes poses in the difficult things which students were not able to, again leads to frustration. And besides all this technology, there was no speech recognition capabilities present to verify the learner's pronunciation. This AI technology, they should be customized as the user requires a particular aspect. The teacher should be in upper hand to decide when and where to use the technology. He or she should be able to make sound value judgments about new AI for education products. They will be able to ask the most useful questions to the data and walk students through what the data analysis is telling them. Each teacher will have AI assistants in addition to their usual human teaching assistants to manage the resources carefully. The personalized training AI offers, data mining offers the big data. They are able to extract from it, and the data analytics can provide the actual app thing necessary for the teacher and the student. So teacher can adjust to the teaching course, and even the student feedback through Turnitin and eCree can help better assignments. Even in some of the institutions in Chennai that my daughter studied in IIT Madras, they were able to ably use this system. Unless they get the plagiarism below a particular level, they cannot submit the assignments, and the writing style also they are able to improve. And the learner's activities are continuously fed back into the learner model so that improvements occur. Then 4 major aspects are that adaptive group formation, expert facilitation, intelligent virtual agents. It can be virtual peer or probably artificial student who can deliberately put in some misconceptions so that to be clarified or provide alternative point of view. Intelligent moderation. For instance, even a large classroom, when it's dealt with, when the student is veering away from the topic, the student can be marked in, or some misconception is presented, they can be clarified. What AI can do in education, it can grade even handwritten text, checking even plagiarism, so the teacher can spend more time with the student, and so they can specialize in particular expertise, a subject area, or specific learner need. Challenges in AI education is that competency more important than content delivery. Classrooms and lecture halls will not disappear. It's not like that Hollywood dystopian future that Terminator or Transcendence provide, and it's but the teachers' ineffective teaching also will come into question. Intelligent tutoring system should not be allowed to be authoritarian. Some of the comments I have got from the review of this literature is that education has very little knowledge of AI for education. Education system is not prepared to use technology optimally, and even about the engineers, they are shying away from dealing with the essential messiness of educational context. This also, as educators, we have to deal with it. The last slide, and I want to talk about ChatGPT, which many of us have started using, many teachers have started using, and my students said that they don't say that you churn out the assignments based on that, but at least we say that we take the class notes, typing out the topic, and ChatGPT should not be used to augment human intelligence. It should be used to augment human intelligence, but not as a substitute. And the ChatGPT has a tendency to hallucinate. One recent example is that a lawyer, when he was arguing a case, he said he wanted to take similar cases and validate it. That itself he used ChatGPT. He went wrong in the court. And unless you are well versed in the content, you cannot validate its output. There are AI detectors to find out which is text generated through AI software. But even if you put a very intelligent question, very tricky question to the ChatGPT, that AI detectors cannot identify it. The last point is that ChatGPT makes dumb people dumber, and idiots more idiot, and smart people smarter. Thank you.
Thank you. In fact, before we go to Mr. Mohanty, I just wanted to tell all our friends, speaker friends, that here is an audience which would like to know that what should be the future of the robust education system in which we would be able to apply this as a tool. What Mr. Ram is talking, absolutely it is happening, and this is the currency of today. But my point is that is digital knowledge an end in itself, or it's a means to an end, or it's a tool to be used as one of the options, and intelligence remaining foreground as the foreplay, as the most important thing in the background. And whether this chat GPT thing should be really encouraged, because I am absolutely a person who is anti-chat GPT. You know, because I remember one person was writing an SOP, you know, statement of purpose when you go to abroad. And he had given this statement of purpose from the chat GPT. This chat GPT is based on several such inductions and, inputs which are given by different things, and they make its thing, and it's like an engine which will try to guide you. He landed up in an SOP which will make him out of the country, that university, because he thought that that was the best. I challenged him. I said, you cannot go with this thing. Where is your personal content? What is your dream content here? He said, doesn't mention about it. Then I said, then you have no place there in America. So my point is that, so there should be some kind of a role of human intelligence, to what extent we should be able to use it. And you know, they are the people who are dealing every day with this subject. They know the limitations of the subject. They know the limitations of you people. They know the future of the subject, how it should be, how it can be mishandled, it can be misused, abused. So looking into this, what kind of education system we should follow, offline, online, ghar pe, bahar se, or on class, off class, and to what extent you should be able to use it, and in what way you should be able to use it, so that you become intelligent citizens and also informed citizens of the country, contributing to the world's success. That was my only request, that at the end, if you can highlight this, then you people would be able to apply, because Mr. Ram talks about whatever he's talked is absolutely a very professorial way of description of what is happening. But my point is that whether you would be able to do it, you cannot do it because he is an expert, you cannot do it. Suppose you are not a digital man, you are from, let's say, media or from social science. How you will be able to use this digital knowledge? To what extent you will be able to use the digital knowledge? You cannot escape the digital knowledge also. And to what extent you should have its background? That is the main point which I think we should be able to brief. Otherwise, people will get completely misguided by experts like ChatGPT. Thank you. Now we give to Mr. Mohanty, please.
Thank you.
Sir, just thank you for your deliberations. ChatGPT is not a substitute. This is what we have learned. Thanks, Professor Aram, for your insights, where you have talked about classroom interpretation, personalized experiences, and all that, which I'll summarize in the end. I now invite Shri Giridhari Mohanty. He's the Director General, KIIT University, and I take the pleasure to introduce Sir, a graduate from Ravenshaw College now University and postgraduate from IIT Kharagpur. He joined the Indian Information Services after cracking the civil services in 1982. He has headed AIR as Director General News, as well as DAVP, besides working as Registrar of Newspapers for India. During over 30 years of experience with the Government of India, Shri Mohanty has watched the media landscape changing rapidly. After his superannuation from government job, he has recently joined KIIT deemed university as Director General and is associated with the School of Communication and Journalism. Welcome to your own university, to your own department and this forum, sir. Thank you very much. And let's...
Thank you, Ms. Mukherjee. I am not a professor, let me confess that. I am just a generalist, like Dr. Mukherjee.
No, I take pride in the fact I started my life as a lecturer.
Yes, I do.
And in fact, when I talk to people at large in the village, I profess certain things. So there is no problem in typing.
So I don't know much about this, but I can just tell you a few things from my experience. The digital technology is right now dominating our life, whether it is education, whether it is health, whether it is any other field. That's dominating our life, and there is no escape. We can't escape. Now let us see how it has happened in all over the world and particularly in India. India, we have over the years, we have seen internet penetration, mobile connectivity, cell or mobile, all these things have grown very rapidly. Oh, I'm sorry, you couldn't hear me. So I'll repeat. So in the last couple of years, what has happened in our country is that there has been, very rapid penetration of internet, and consumption of data has also skyrocketed. It is almost 20 GB per month today per capita, and then it is going to increase, let's say about 2 to 3 times in another 4 or 5 years. So this is what is happening. And then sale of mobile phones, that has also grown. It's almost 1 billion now. And these mobile phones, and to some extent laptops, iPods, etc., are being used to use internet and get emails. Now, this digital technology is going to further influence our life, and there is no escape. And the digital media, you all are aware of this digital media. We have this, Facebook, we have Twitter, we have Instagram, which is, and then we have X, which is formerly known as Twitter. And then we have WhatsApp, Zoom, Google Meet. All these are being used for communication. And we have also certain homegrown social media platforms like Snapchat and Repost. Now, consumption of digital news and entertainment content through YouTube, Netflix, Amazon Prime, and other over-the-top media services have grown significantly in our country. So also e-commerce, we have, prominent among the e-commerce sites that you all deal with it. We have Flipkart, we have Amazon. And then in the health sector, we are making use of digital technology also. You must have heard about Government of India's e-Sanjeevani program, where there is, through the use of technology, people are able to consult with the doctors, sitting at a far off place. And then you have telemedicine in other places also, other hospitals also, they are using telemedicine. So they are able to contact, patients, and patients are able to consult with doctors. Then there are other health apps also, which we all know, through which we actually monitor our health parameters. Then in the advertising sector also, we have digital advertising. Then we have seen during the pandemic, the COVID-19, this digital media played a very vital role. People started working from home, and then it has changed the way people are going to work. This digital technology will be used in a very wide manner, and people will use this to, do their business, do learning, education, etc. Now, both the government and the private players have contributed to this success story in the digital media sector. And we'll notice that as India's economy is growing very fast. GDP is growing at the rate of 7-8%. So by the end of this decade, India is going to be the third largest economy in the world. So the income will grow, and as income will grow, people will be able to afford more, devices, and more internet, more phones, and they will be using more of this technology. Now, we'll see how our education system has been doing in terms of quality of education and in terms of using technology, particularly digital technology. We'll have to see that first. And it's not that it's not being used. Digital technology is being used in universities, in private coaching institutes, in in some private academies also. But what is required is that we should start using it in a very in a larger scale, so that people benefit, the student community, the teachers, they all benefit out of it. Now, Professor Arul Ram has already spoken about the university system, what is happening there, about the the problem that is there in the education system. There is a lack of classroom, there is lack of quality education, dearth of good teachers, and there is inequity in terms of gender. Girls are not going to, in many places they're not going to schools, colleges, and socially disadvantaged and economically poor people, they are not able to afford education. So there digital technology can play a great role, and particularly online education and hybrid education can play a big role there, because in classroom, whatever is achievable in classroom learning, that cannot be entirely achieved in online or hybrid education. But both have advantages and disadvantages. In classroom learning, what happens is there is plenty of interaction between the instructor, the student, and between the students and the teachers, among the students. So there is a better scope of learning, clearing doubts, etc. But in online education, the advantage is that it can be very cost effective. In no cost, one can learn things sitting at a distance. So that is why it is called anywhere and anytime education. One can be anywhere and one can learn anytime. In leisure time, one can learn all this, whatever he wants to learn. So therefore, in our what we have seen in our education system, that there is a lot of things happen, a lot of things which is lacking and which needs improvement. So therefore, hybrid education and online education will be quite useful. And in that regard, the new education policy also, I believe they have made recommendations that technology should be integrated with the education system. But I don't know why it is not happening there. So I will request this media conclave to make a recommendation to the concerned, in the education department ministry, to implement integration of technology for a better outcome. So this is all I wanted to say, and I thank you all for giving a pleasant hearing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I must thank Mr. Mohanty. He has taken up the case for how it should be. I'll give you two examples before we go to Mr. Raja of limitation or delimitation of your what you call the digital thing. Now man needs blood, let's say for operation. This is a blood bank. Now there is a lot of what you call homepage about in Bhubaneswar who is having what kind of blood, A plus, A minus, B plus, B minus, okay? You'll get it now. Earlier in nowadays, we used to think of name, Mr. Mahapatra ke paas jao, unka B group hai. You go to Mr. Raja or Mr. Mohanty, He's O plus, okay, based on knowledge. Now it's everything is, just scroll it, you'll get it. But there is a point here. You not need to also know those people from whom you are taking the blood, whether it's a reliable blood, it's not a commercial blood, it's a disease-free blood, and a man having no infirmities, or what you call, you know him like he's your neighbor. You need to know that. You cannot forget that page in your memory. If you forget and just rely on your page, you may land up in a situation where it's written disclaimer. We do not have any rights over the information which have been given, and could be that person who has sent information, he has developed HIV/AIDS in the window period of the blood collection. You know there is something in the hospital. A person today, you take blood from me, I may be HIV free, but after 60 days the blooming takes place, and that blood can develop into an HIV blood because it takes subclinical analysis would say 0, but the clinical analysis after 60 days that's called the window period. If you blindly rely on a digital information, and the digital information said there is a disclaimer that we are not responsible, then you will end up nowhere. So that is the reason I'm not saying that you don't go there, but you need to have that page in information in your mind. Second information I'll give you is that Bhubaneswar. Who are the best people who have vada, aloo chop, rasgulla. Now those who are content creation wala will give the names of those people who are near, let's say, Master Canteen. And you will end up saying that no, it's not good, but the actual fellows have been forgotten. So offline you have to know who are the other people who need to be included. But that means you need to have some kind of a space for offline. I'm just giving a very, very bad, very wrong way of example. That I want to say that you should also energize your mind to see that mind does not become totally passive or inactive or in a inert mode. That is the point I wanted to mention. So that, because you people have got to always rely, kholo na, mobile kholo, you will not remember your uncle's number. Why? You need to remember your uncle's number. Suppose a mother asks your uncle को लगाओ phone, तो you will say कि contact list में जाऊँ देखूँगा. क्यों? You have to remember certain names. Then how do you ignite your mind? That's the point. Thank you. Mr. Subramaniam ji.
Thank you, Dr. Nanda, for your insights and how we started the deliberation where Dr. Giridhari Mohanty talked about social media, Facebook, WhatsApp, and how the Google reviews also help us, as you were sharing about that. And we also came to know about NEP 2021's, the emphasis is that we all have to adapt and adopt to the digital technology. Now we have Professor G. Balasubramania Raja. He is the head Department of Communication, Manumanyam Sundarnar University, Tamil Nadu. Professor Raja is an experienced communication teacher and researcher specializing in the area of communication and mediation. Professor earned his doctorate degree from the University of Madras, and his work was centered on the television mediation. Professor continues to work in the many projects in various capacities to realize the amenable communication practices. Professor has supervised more than 13 doctoral students. His articles have been published in both reputed international and national journals. He has authored 2 books. Professor has completed 1 UGC major research project focused on working about television mediation involving adolescent children. Professor has been pivotal to coordinate the initiation of the community radio station, again in the Manumanyam Sundarnar University, which aims to reach to the people living around the university campus. We look forward to hear from you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, madam. At the outset, with the permission of the moderator, Dr. S.K. Nanda, sir, I just wanted to throw a new view about what Dr. Arularam and Dr. Giridhar Mohanty sir said. It's about, as we all know, that this digitalization has rapidly transformed our societies. and since COVID, the pandemic, it has magnified, and as the digital transformation is unequal. And I just wanted to share two things which I have, rather we have experience in our university. I represent Tamil Nadu, down south at Madam Sundar University, and we experience two experiences which I wanted to share with you in this occasion. One thing about the introduction of the MOOC courses along with our regular curriculum. We at Madam Sundar University, we adopted, we had a policy that we introduced rather two subjects during the post-graduation program as online courses, which is compulsory. So we, along with in fact, it was a blended mode. The online courses was offered by the MOOC platform, SWAYAM and NPTEL. And of course, it was offered by the professors from IIT and other parts of India. And what our university insisted that one of the faculty will be act as a mentor, and he will have students along with 40 or 50 students along with each program. They will be following a program, and this mentor will also undergo the training and attend the classes and all the activities similar to that what the postgraduate students will do. And they will also write examination along with the postgraduate students. In fact, I got an NPTEL certification along with my students, and two of my colleagues has got more than 2-3 certificates for the NPTEL courses. And they used to have they used to attend the online examination at a common center in Tirunelveli, where they will be appearing, where they have appeared for online examinations of NPTEL courses. And this is what happened in post-graduation courses. And recently in our university, our administration has got a tie-up, as a rather a memorandum of understanding with IITM Chennai. The program is called Training the Skills for the Students, and it called Pravarshak, IIT Pravarshak, and we got a set of skilled trainers who can really train these university students in order to excel in banking and service and competitive examinations. So this is what we have experienced in post-graduation in our university. And second thing is, in undergraduation, recently our state government has introduced a scheme called non-Mudalvan. That means I am first and I am going to lead. It means non-Mudalvan in Tamil, it means I am first or I am going to lead. This is a skill-oriented program which is aimed for the youth, especially after 12th. They used to have, especially for the college students, especially undergraduates, in order they will identify, they will enhance, and they will also develop their skills in their area. The training of the youth was the intention, and fostering the students' talent in their region was the aim, and the goal is to provide the skill of the youth as much as can. Initially, it was planned for 10 lakh people. It is planned for 10 lakh people. The aim is to reach 1 million of the undergraduate students in this whole state. So this is the experience which we have for the undergraduations, and it helps in selecting the courses, in selecting the colleges also for higher studies, and it's on preparing examinations, competitive examinations, and also it helps in obtaining loans, education loans, and for appearing scholarships. This skilling, the upskilling or reskilling, these activities are done as a part of their course curriculum during their undergraduation and post-graduation. And as we all know that as my colleagues here in the diocese says, digitalization is inevitable, and digitalization in every sphere expects this is an urgent need of the hour. And all the both the state and the central government is initiating for the digital technology to be learned at the biggest of the all the schemes and everything. And digital inequality, of course, it's there, and as many of the former speakers have said, it is available. And I like to quote from the memorable lecture from Professor Kevin Nagar that technology is only an enhancer, not a master, and it can supplement, it can complement higher education, but it cannot substitute human intervention of teaching and learning. And I'm a stern believer of that. And with this two examples of what happened in our university, I'm of the firm view to share with the moderator, that with the audience, and also technology can supplement, and it can help, and it cannot replace the human way of teaching and learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raja. In fact, I wanted to make a joke on that. When the digital technology was first coming through, then we thought also that why not all the vicaries of India should have a vicary.com. Instead of doing vicary business in parts and parcels, they can make it a centralized business to make it more tradable, more organized. So you never know, it can happen now with this AI coming. This idea may be taking effect sometime later on. So anyway, so that's the joke part of the story. Now last, we would like to request Mr. Mahapatra, who will be the speaker, to address to you on this system of education, the digital mode, and how you would go about it and face it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just 2 pointers from the experience sharing of Professor G. Balasubramanian Raja. He talked about MOOC courses, NPTEL, and best practices in his university, which are also takeaways for all of us here. And as he rightly said, that technology can only supplement. Now I introduce our last speaker of this plenary session, Professor Dr. Bhuban Chandra Mahapatra, Adjunct Professor, Department of Research, MCU Bhopal. Sir belongs to Baleswar in Odisha, holds a MA Psychology, MEd, and PhD DAVV Indore, 1993 degrees. A professor of education since 2009, he started his career from Madhya Pradesh Bhoj Open University, Bhopal in Madhya Pradesh. During his academic period, he has visited 7 countries as academic resource and published about 109 papers in national and international journals, and published 36 books related to education, educational technology, research and social sciences, special education, distance education as solo and joint authors. 23 scholars have been awarded PhD degrees under his guidance, and 6 are enrolled. So from 2009 to 2016, he was a national expert for both the states, MP and Chhattisgarh, vocational education program by National Open Schools and Government of India, New Delhi. I now welcome Professor Dr. Bhuban Chandra Mahapatra to share his insights and experiences. Thank you, sir. Over to you.
Well, first of all, the chairperson, S.K. Nandaji, and all the dignitaries here in the dais, and all the spectators. It is another type of subject which I have done my PhD work in 1993. I would like to share my experience how difficult we have faced when there is no such software, there is no such supporting hardware, how to develop and how to assimilate the teaching learning process in education system. The first in 1991, when I was at Debiolya University, at that time I got some opportunity to do research in the media educations. That is a multimedia education, instructional technology, teaching technology, and how to learn the students is in the part of learner. The maximum output is the objective of our technology of teaching learning. So far concerned, the development of software for teaching chemistry to class 9th student of MP state, it was the problem for me. And at that time I got some software that is C++. How to develop a software running the electrons around the nucleus. It is very difficult at that time. You learn the the programming, then you start. Now, this is the time everything is available with the GUI system. We can do anything. Media is at the highest or apex position. It is supporting, but we are unable to reach how to make our teaching more effective by the involvement of technology. There are three things we can find out. A teacher cannot be a software maker. Very less number of people are there. They know how to develop software. If they know how to develop software, they have limited or they have the delimitation how to teach, how to involve the pedagogy within the teaching framework. Sabse zyada I will take the advantage of, because NEP 2020 has given the advantage of localizations of any type of teaching learning process. So basically I am from Orissa. I can English and Hindi because I am working in Madhya Pradesh. There is very less number of people responding English. Hindi learning means within the 20-25 years I learn Hindi and I teach Hindi like this. English is the next step. NEP has given emphasis on localizations of language. And there is separate provision, skill-based university. So far concerned to the higher education, skill-based university is coming up, and international collaboration is going to be started very soon. And we are coming together, taking the advantage of technology in our teaching learning process. My subject I have already uploaded, but it will take a lot of times. Within the stipulated times, I can complete it. How to develop the multimedia-based educational softwares. This is the main problem, which we have not that much of knowledge. So, if you upload, then I can show some things. A teacher do not have that much of knowledge. Techno-acquaintancy. We are far away from our technology, and we are unable to adopt the new challenges. We always try to go through the traditional way of teaching learning process. This is our drawback. So the development of software for the educational purpose through multimedia approaches, because there is two way of communication. One is in one-way communication, which is started 1991, Government of India, through AVRC, Audio Visual Research Center. They have started 5A all over India. That is talk-back education experiment. It had started in December 21st to 26th, 1991. Later on, when we got success there, because the learning is possible not through the verbal modes, it is image and its innovations, that is the use of simulation, use of animation, there is use of language, the psychological best of teaching learning process. All you have to consider the learning environment with the teacher, the students, the environment, all have to come together, then the learning is satisfied or is factful. So we started in 1991 that experiment through the talk-back experiment system. Now it came to the, in 2023, we got the environment where we are media technology is influencing everywhere else. So we think within the cave of our delimitation, we started our education system how to make more fruitful. And the literacy of education is possible. Now we targeted through the NEP 2020 to 2030, 50% literacy in higher education. Means we are concerning to the university education system, higher education. But up to that, how we can reach? More than 1126 universities are working all over India. You see, the population of India compared to US is a 1/5 US population India comparison. So there is more than 7,000 universities are working. It is a PPP model. And for 2050, we targeted to achieve that 100% of literacy in higher education. More than 3,600 universities are required for fulfill all this. It is a social demand. So our education system through NEP, everything is given in that skill universities, professional universities, universities and core university education for facilitations. Like this, the education system is coming with the integrations of technology. Without technology, the best teacher available at your doorstep through the technology. Without technology, we can survive, and we have to take the advantage in our teaching learning process everywhere else. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mahapatra. In fact, you people had a lot of listening part today, and I gave you certain examples to say that I believe personally in the fact that offline and online, skilling, reskilling, off-skilling, learning at home, learning in class, has to be the mode. It cannot be only a single course. In USA, if you know, both the children are in US, they have studied there, all in Ivy League industry colleges. One of the main defects in the USA is that the teacher is not personally available. Maybe big name. He is available on video. He is available on those, available online courses which are registered for the students from where they will be able to get the papers. But they've got questions in mind. You cannot be at the receiving end of the person. You have got certain new thinking. You are a creative person. You have got something new to ask. You may not agree, or you may think why it is there. You don't have a scope because you cannot telephone them either. I'm not talking bad about that. My point is that this is but people like it, people love it. I don't know. If I would have been a student, I would not have loved it. So every time I have questioned my professor in Delhi University, where I was a student, I have also topped there. And my professors were all people from Oxford also. But every time they will say that this fellow from crossing the Mahanadi is questioning me every time in the class. So that was my distinction. So my point is this, that you cannot take everything as an end in itself. That is the reason I asked you. You need to know the technology as a tool. You cannot take it as an ideal end in itself. You have to do its applicability in its, I gave you the blood donation cases. Because I am a man who knows, I have been Secretary Health. A lot of people in earthquake, they took blood for their immediate operation needs. So many have caught that problem of HIV. And once it catches, it's very difficult to get out of it. So it is no one's baby, no one is held responsible. But somehow they were victims of the whole disorder. So we have to take it with a bit of salt. Definitely it has helped. Now sometimes don't you think all women here, when the BPL house machines were introduced in the villages 30 years before, not today, forget the digital age. All the women in Odisha and Bengal, they knew what is spinning, what is drying, and what is, I never knew which one was what. Spinning ke liye. That fellow who is not even class 5th pass, she knew the application. So applied technology is very important for us. May not be we know this theoretical part. We are not concerned. Theoretical part, he is the boss, he should know. Applied part, we are the recipients, we should know. And we should know that part which is useful for us, for our learning to go ahead. We need not be masters of everything. I need not be master of every science. I should use that part, like in mobile. He will have 100 applications, Mr. Mahapatra will say 100, he will give you 100 ways it can be used. But I am not interested. I am interested in only 4 or 5 uses because I am using the mobile. If I start using for everything, then probably my eyes will go off. I think I would lose all my eyes. So I should not be a victim of any process. That's what I wanted to say. Anything, any responses, any questions, any kind of thinking, any kind of doubt, because you are having the galaxy of people who are in this area. And but you are audible.
Hello. I have a distinct and different perception. You all people discuss about university level education and this and that. But a very important, crucial aspect of all this skilling, upskilling, and reskilling is India is a country which is having a rural base, agro base. Mahatma Gandhi delivered a lecture in Birla Bhavan in 1919. In that lecture, he said, India has no future without skill. Skill is the base of India, must be the base of Indian education. But unfortunately, as you said about spinning and all those things, skilling in India remained only isolated to polytechnic colleges, this, that, turning, fitting, work. But, very important is how the Balutedars were working. There was a very nice Marathi book written by a Tehsildar prior to, just when the Britishers captured Maharashtra. 1905, that fellow Trimbak Narayan Atre wrote a book, Gav Gada, how the village system works. In that book, he had narrated each, what we call today mandal people, and he has given the skills of all of them, how they were developing their skill and how they were exploited, this and that, all right. But that became a base of the skill. Now take up the different Vishwakarma scheme today. I am not propagating government, but way in which the skilling, Ustad scheme, way in which the skilling has been used for creating entrepreneurship among the rural people. So this technology, educational philosophy or AI, we should adopt in a distinct Indian perception. Merely ivory tower thinking will not help. Now I will give another example. What I talk of AI and this and that. In ancient India, 900 cave temples were constructed. Orissa, number of Konark, Sun temple, and so many caves are here in city hall itself. So out of 900 Buddhist caves, Ajanta, Ellora caves, their cave architecture in India, the intelligence was so ahead. No Western country in the modern period after Renaissance has been able to scoop out a cave. So that is a kind of technology which Indians had. That's not artificial technology, but that was a kind of unique Indian technology. There's a book now called as Disha Sutra.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So skilling should be understood in Indian perception and Indian thought. That's my point.
See, I think you, thank you. See, I'm a man from the administrative background who must have visited around 30,000 villages. Your point is well taken, but digital helps you to hike that technology. See, a man who is doing good achar in Tamil Nadu was not known, but he is able to sell now in California market. A man who is doing Rasagulla, the fellow who was that Koro, famous Kor, Bikalanand Kar. Who knew him? Who knew him? No one. This man is now in the American airports. Who brought him up? Skill was his. He has not changed, he has not used laser beams to manufacture rasgullas. He has used the same fingers. But technology has upgraded him to that level. Sari weaving, Sambalpuri sari weaving. Except Mrs. Indira Gandhi used to wear, no one was a user probably we knew when we were in school colleges. But now everyone is hearing who is having more than 1 lakh of income. Because this Pata sari is one of the most famous things. Similarly, Bandhani of Gujarat is throughout the world is being sold. And the people who are making it, they are all Mohammedan ladies. I have seen them. I met them. The thatched rooms. Chota garib admi hai. But they are known, their faces are beamed in the markets, and they get offers, direct orders through e-commerce, Amazon. They get it directly from them. So I would agree to the fact that skilling is always there, creativity is always there. Like for example, what we call those we chawla batti ka muझे करूँ तो कौन थी अल्पना Pitho we do it now with that rice thing, but the designs have come now in that but pads cats कौन सा एक होता है ना आपका mechanical gadgets में. Now hundreds of designs are given कि पिठाऊ किस तरह होगा. Now they are having pithaus, beautiful pithaus designs are coming. Earlier we used to see our mother doing like that. It is absolutely, you will find spick and span, absolutely all right. But now people without any sense of creativity, they will put that and they will get the best design. So it is helping to create marketing. That is exactly the point I mentioned in the beginning. E-commerce and digital marketing has to be also a part of the knowledge transmission and the teaching courses, skill upgradation, along with real skill upgradation.
Sir, I would like to add something related to this. Sir, there is a provisions in NEP 2020 skill universities development. In that there is a separate graduation level. Already the government of India given accreditations of 243 subjects for skill developments. And for getting that degree, you must have the core subject, you must have the skill oriented subject, and you get the degree diploma, and all these are coming through your experience getting through MOOC, any type of credit transferation, credit acquisition, every facility is student oriented learning system they have made it. So you can transfer from one university to, it does not mean the skill university student cannot go to the regular university student can go to the, there is no barrier anywhere else. You can give or leave 1 year, 2 years and rejoin your academic by adding your skill. Through MOOC you can get some credit. These things are already given. It's a totally student oriented, learning oriented education system NEP 2020 has adopted.
Thank you very much for your questions also. Any other question from the audiences? You have a question there? Okay. Can we pass on the mic? Thank you. Sir, there is a question there. Yeah.
To you all, media persons, I have been proud privileged this evening to have some interactions with media persons and the intelligentsia as well as my friends and colleagues. My question to the entire dais is, at the contemporary time, the judiciary, the legislature, and there is always has been a rift, and how the legacy of the delayed injustice, denied injustice, and justice hurried is justice buried. Please address it. It's my simple question. Because the fourth pillar can do a lot in this regard. I hope so. Thank you all.
It does not really confine, the subject or the question is not relevant here, but since you have asked the question of judiciary and legislature, that is up to their upbringing, training, skilling. I don't want to get into that. As regards the digitalization in judiciary or in parliament, 100% I can say that now the Supreme Court judgments are all available in regional languages, which has been started by the recent Chief Justice, and it is all available. And now everything is online. You can see Supreme Court Chief Justice, what is he asking, or High Court Justice, what you have paid money to, let us say, sir, please argue for me. You can see what is he arguing, or he is dumb there, sitting there. Earlier we never used to say, he would say, bahut bola maine, nahi hoya. Now you can see, you never spoke. So this kind of transparency has come. Now regarding what they are up to, why they are fighting, that's not our cup of tea. Thank you.
So we are winding up the questions here. We have to head on for the next plenary session. Thank you very much for your closing remarks, Dr. S.K. Nanda. There's one more question. Okay. Yeah. Just one short, brief question because we have to move on to felicitation. Yeah. I request the organizing team to be ready for...
The theme is digital technology need for a robust hybrid higher education system, skilling, upskilling, and reskilling in digital age. But my question is, the problem of digital divide, there are many areas there is no internet facilities. So in the context of internet facilities, the digital divide is increasing. In the same time, the urban area people, they gave the facility of internet, and in the same time, the rural area, they have no internet facility. So in the context of education systems and quality of education system, the urban area people advancing more and the rural area people decreasing. What is the solution in this respect?
You see, I just have to draw your attention because I'm basically from the media, and the problems which I faced throughout my life. Since 1986, the new education policy had started. Before that, that was secondary education commissions in the later on the Kothari Commission, so far concerned to the education system. And at that time, I have gone through this Times of India news, one Belgadi who pulling the laptop. It was the idea at that time started, how to working with that computer. In 1991, I got opportunity working with BBC Micro. There is no facility of a memory, storage capacity. And when light has gone at that time, everything has, you can store anything. But after the COVID, a child know how to operate its, the device. And later on, the development is going on. We can stop the development. And now India is going to make this mobile, and everywhere you can find the low memory. Peoples in the rural area, they are using even rickshawala, so-called their earning capacity is low. They are using. They know how to transmit the UPI system, the money. So it is not a barrier, it will help on. Though it is a barrier at present, it may not be the tomorrow.
We have a professor who has written a book on the new education policy, and we are repeatedly referring to the new education policy. And this online, as part of the regular formal education, is a global agenda and also our national agenda. Maybe it's an agenda hidden thing is that slowly we need to reduce the number of teachers in education and move online. And moment they say that in colleges, let's say that at least 1 or 2 courses necessarily have to be taken online. It's also catering to the rural area, USCs. Even our university, when during this COVID period, there are students who went outside the villages, sat in the trees and attended online classes. Slowly, the digital divide will merge. But the question is that whether we are going for online thing, sometimes unnecessarily. When the formal education system is scattered, purposefully 2 courses has to be necessarily online. Universities have passed a resolution. And in that courses, it's very difficult on the part of the mentor or the local teacher to make the student attend and pass the course. These are some of the real issues. The other teachers' courses they will attend. But this course, the teacher has to degenerate to the level of an assistant and ensure that the student sits for the course and passes it. And these are some of the issues, whether we have thought about it or we are in the process of moving online at least 40% of the higher education or school education, I do not know.
Thank you, sir. We are now starting our felicitation of the chairperson and the speakers. I request the organizing team to first felicitate our chairperson, Dr. Nanda, Dr. S.K. Nanda. He's IAS retired. And we really appreciate your presence here, sir, in this first plenary session. Thank you very much for your insights and your experience sharing. And we look forward to your association with NMC 2023 in our other sessions as well. We are now felicitating Shri Giridhari Mohanty, IAS retired, Director General, KIIT University. Thank you very much, sir, for being here and encouraging us in this first plenary session. It was a great pleasure to have Professor I. Arularam, Professor from the Department of Media Sciences, Anna University. Thank you very much for your presence here in this first plenary session, sir, and sharing your insights from your university and your state. It's truly a nationwide media conclave where we have people from Tamil Nadu, Chennai, we have people who have worked in Gujarat, who have worked in Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. Now, Professor G. Balasubramanya Raja, Head Department of Communication, Manoramanyam Sundarnar University. Thank you, sir, for your presence. National Media Conclave really thanks Professor Dr. B.C. Mahapatra, who shared a lot of things related to national education policy. Thanks for your presence, sir, and your words and your insights which you shared with us. So now there is a group photograph which I request the media guys and the photographers from NMC to kindly click a memorable picture here for all the dignitaries who are on the dais. I think we stuck to the time and we have to now move on to the another session, but I stand here on behalf of NMC to convey the vote of thanks and the first but the most important thing for this plenary session was we have just started the sessions on the basic idea of holding National Media Conclave, and our theme was digital technology media need for a robust hybrid higher education system, which in fact incorporated skilling, upskilling and reskilling in digital age. And I think all of us who were listening to our experts with eminence, with their experience, we all gathered a lot, first of all. So I thank our chairperson, Dr. S.K. Nanda. I thank our special addressee here, Sri Giridhari Mohanty. I thank Dr. G. Balasubramanyam Raja, Professor Arularam, and Dr. B.C. Mahapatra, who could make it and who were there in the post-lunch session, and all of us enjoyed being here for listening to them. The vote of thanks is speakers in the other plenary sessions. My thanks to them. There are people who have come from all over the country to attend and participate. Thanks to the delegates who are presenting papers today, tomorrow, and day after. Thanks to the students, volunteers, and the organizing team who are behind the camera, who are behind the stage, and who are making this program a success. All the thanks to them. And of course, last but not the least, and the one and all, the organizer of this particular, plenary session, Professor Dr. Upendra Padi. Thanks all, and we will move on to, and we are on time, audiences, for the next plenary session, and thank you very much, sir. The next session begins at 4 p.m. exactly, so we have roughly 10 minutes time. Yeah, sir.
Who is the next moderator for the Devani to come?
So I welcome Dr. Debyani Mukherjee to take over for the next session.
Good evening, audience. Good evening, everyone. Esteemed guests, speakers, student friends, paper presenters.
Call Kitty Mukherjee and Padi sir. Call Padi sir to felicitate Kitty Mukherjee. Huh? Please call.
Sorry for the interruption. Upendra Padi sir, please could you come on the dais? Upendra Padi sir, could you please come on the dais? Madam Kitty Mukherjee, could you please come here on the dais, please? Madam Kitty Mukherjee. Professor Upendra Padi sir would be felicitating Kitty Mukherjee, ma'am, who has been moderating the plenary session 1. A loud round of applause for her, please. So we proceed to the next plenary session. Plenary session 2. Before I proceed for the details of the plenary session, may I request chairperson and the speakers, please be on the dais as I call your names. May I request? I think some of them are outside to have a cup of tea or something. So I think we must wait for a while before the thing starts flowing. session. I would like to call our chairperson for this session, Professor V.L. Dharurkar, former Vice Chancellor, Tripura University and UGC Emeritus Professor. Now the speakers, Professor Biplab Loho Chaudhary, Professor, Center for Journalism and Mass Communication, Vishwabharati Shantiniketan, Professor Divakar Shukla, Professor and Dean, Faculty of Journalism and Creative Studies, Jagran, Lake City University, Professor Dr. P.V. Satyaprasad, Dean and Associate Professor, School of Liberal Arts and Humanities, Watson University, Hyderabad, and Professor Raghavendra Mishra, Head Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, IGNTU, Amarkantak. I request the speakers to please take their seats. I presume Professor Divakar Shukla is not here. He's not here, so we shall begin the program with our chairperson and the speakers. And the topic of the theme of this plenary session is policy options and programs for enhancing social and gender inclusivity in digital ecosystem. Well, digital ecosystem is a topic of debate where one section feels it is rightly applicable for the society today, and the other section feels it is not. So it is, as a moderator, I feel it is less of a discussion and more of a debate and more of contradictions, more of thoughts. But as per the main theme, the digital technology, media and democracy, we can see that it has caused a recent surge in the way our culture consumes media. Media involves the basic characteristic of communication to large audiences. Communication is a vital characteristic which people use every day. So Digitech has allowed for far more possibilities for productivity than traditional methods before. It has given people the power to express themselves via blogs, social media sites, picture and other user-friendly programs. Digital media appears to be another double-edged sword. On one hand, it can empower citizens, which is very true, as demonstrated in social media movements. On the other hand, it can also be instrumental in inciting destructive behaviors and tendencies such as polarization and populism, as well as fatal events, which we can regularly check amongst the young generation. Relatedly, the way political leaders use or avoid digital media can vary greatly depending on the political context. While some political systems used it to spread numerous lies, most social media platforms were banned in different countries, probably to prevent access to information. We all very know that TikTok is no more into use, though rarely, occasionally, we can see some reels on TikTok, but it has been almost banned because of its negative effects. At the same time, different countries have skillfully used social media. Examples of the dual-use dilemma of digital media abound. Now, I would request the panel, along with the chairperson, to please begin this session with Professor V.L. Dharurkar, who is a former Vice Chancellor of Central University, Tripura, and UGC Emeritus Professor in Mass Communication and Journalism. He submitted a report on the topic Cultural Communication in Ajanta and Ellora Caves. He is a product of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University. He was a gold medalist and rank holder in BA, BJ, and MA. He received a Young Scientist Career Award in 1994 from UGC. He has also received a Lifetime Achievement Award in 2007 from the Bombay Union of Journalists. IBC Cambridge declared him among the 100 educationalists of the world in 2007 and 2011. He has been included in the list of 500 Harvard social scientists of Asia. Professor Dharurkar, an erudite person with his sea of knowledge, would now begin the panel. Professor, sir, please.
Dignitaries on the dais and erudite scholars, who are attending this National Media Convention, 7th National Media Convention. So to begin with, this is a very important topic, social inclusivity, especially regarding the gender problem, gender inclusivity and social inclusivity. Policy programs, planned actions for enhancing all these processes. India is a land of inconsistencies. Manu, who wrote Manusmriti in the period of Shungas, described himself, Yatra naryastu pujjante, where the women is worshipped, there can be tremendous amount of development. Again he writes, na stri swatantrayam arhati, because during her early period, she is brought up under father, later on, till the last days, she is looked after by her son. So this is a wide span, how she is dependent. But you know, women and Dalits, Mahatma Phule wrote in his book, Slavery, that these two are treated by equal by the system. In 1848, when Mars and Engels wrote Communist Manifesto in the same year, Phule started women's school in Pune. That was the great revolution by Savitribai Phule. In Shetkaracha Asud, Phule wrote the first sentence, very important. Vidya vina mati geli, mati vina gati geli, gati vina vitta gele. Please do not talk here. Gati vina vitta gele, vitta vina shudra khatle, itke anarth eka avidyane kele. Who is talking there? Those who want to talk, please go out. Who is talking there? Please don't talk. Vidya vina mati geli. That means if there is no knowledge, there will be no speed. If there is no speed, there will be no finance. So the entire knowledge cycle is based on knowledge. If you do not have education, you will not flourish. Inclusivity is not possible. After 9 years efforts of Government of India, by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, in 2020-21, for the first time, 14% of the women's education has enhanced. 14.9% women's education has been enhanced in the country from primary level to higher education level. All India Survey of Higher Education, AISHE, that was started by Smriti Irani. Every institution was made compulsory to fill the data. Afterwards, slowly, every year 4%, 0.4%, 0.4%, this is a slow rise. So, what I mean to say, education is very core, very basis for enhancing inclusivity. Gender is a very basic root cause, because if there is gender injustice, society can never progress. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, Selected Writings and Speeches, Volume 4. Dr. Ambedkar writes. And again in Marathi volumes, there are lectures given by Dr. Ambedkar to the rural women of Vidarbha. In Volume 4, edited by Maph Gajre, Dr. Ambedkar अशी भाषणे he writes, आम्ही जोवर खेड्यात राहणाऱ्या गरीब महिलांना शिक्षण देणार नाही तोपर्यंत दीनदलितांचे चित्र कसे सुधारणार. He says, education is very key to solve all the problems. Unless and until we provide education to the downtrodden, to the family, to the women especially, the entire family, the fate of family will never change. So, that was the sole effort of Dr. Ambedkar when he started Mukanayak in 1920, and later on he started 5 other papers, Prabhuddha Bharat, Janata, and Mukanayak, Bahishkrit Bharat. All his newspapers strived for education. The similarity between Phule and Ambedkar is that both of them were struggling for education, mass education. That's why the Constitution guaranteed for universalization of primary education. A reservation for women, a reservation for downtrodden. That is a constitutional provision, and which is a base of the inclusiveness. Gender inclusivity, social inclusiveness is possible only on the basis of the constitutional provision. What I think, Mandal Commission is a one step ahead because it has given inclusivity for the other backward classes. So, those who are exploited, those who are in the downtrodden, those who are marginalized, they require a proper share in development process. And that is the inclusiveness. That inclusiveness has been defined politically in distinct manners. Some people say also it is samarasata. It is a kind of assimilation. Even RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat, in his speeches, is now following the end of the caste. Women's emancipation is very basic in the entire development of the nation. Unless and until we promote women's education, inclusivity is not possible. That is what Amartya Sen wrote a book, Women and Social Justice, and he has this Indian perspective he has developed. It was in 1946, Dr. A.S. Altekar, Professor Altekar, who was a professor of history and ancient Indian culture in Banaras Hindu University, he wrote a beautiful manifestation, Position of Women in Hindu Civilization. The book for his foreword was written by Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan, and Radhakrishnan wrote that women's position is a denominator of culture, and women was highly elevated in the Vedic period. Gargi, Maitreyi, Lopamudra were able to compete with Agastya and other all learned people. So, this in the Rigvedic times, Maharshi Dayananda has written, women was given right to Upanan. But how we missed the bus of progress in the medieval period, after the 11th century. And later on, women was limited to house. So this entire process has to be recycled, reprocessed, then only. Now, what are the present policy programs there our panelists will touch? One side, women's education, the other way, political reservation. The same formulation Dr. Ambedkar adopted. The weaker should be given a political participation. If they are given political participation, then there will be a social participation. So, Matra Shakti Vandana bill has been revolutionized. The women's reservation would be a great social revolution in India, economic revolution in India. Forget all aside right-left differences. But if we take the cause of women's upliftment, social justice, economic development, then only India can become a superpower, and transforming India into a $5 trillion economy. The dream can be cherished within the 5 years if we rapidly involve, participate, and accelerate women's development. With this introduction, I will request now the panelists to take over.
Thank you, sir. This was a really energetic speech, and you've really pointed on the right brackets. I would request Professor V.L. Dharurkar, sir, to introduce Dr. Biplav Loho Chaudhary and continue with the panel.
Professor Biplav Chaudhary is a professor in Shantiniketan University. He is a man at the heart. He is an academician. He has participated all learned academic conferences in India in journalism, mass communication. He has published books with reputed publishers like Motiram Manasidas in Banaras, and he has also traveled a lot in the world and also in India. So now I request him to present his presentation.
Professor Dharurkar, chairman of this plenary session, gave a very good start and set the context. In fact, plenary is what should be discussed among very few people. That is a plenary. So it's fine this auditorium is now appropriate for a plenary, with very few people sitting together, because in plenary we'll speak our mind on the basis of our experience. So, Professor Upendra Padhiji always gives very tough topics for plenary, as if we are getting tested in close communities. So I am now getting tested. Just see you all, if this test I can at least have 30% marks for passing. See, today's topic is enhancing social and gender inclusivity in digital ecosystem. So, we have as one phenomenon how to enhance gender and social inclusivity. This is one phenomenon. And this phenomenon, it is clearly stated in the statement of this plenary that in digital ecosystem, how does it work? It is basically a topic which should be taken in quasi-experimental mode, with so many quasi-experiments looking into this aspect. Whatever little I understand about it from my very less studies, because study is too much in this field. There are a huge number of studies in India also, outside also. So I have been deluged, not precisely in this topic, but on the periphery of it and at the spirit of it. I have got few points which are very important. When we talk about enhancing social and gender inclusivity, the first part, we have a picture in our mind. Whether it's correct or not, that future will decide. Why I am telling future will decide? There is a point in it. Gender also. Gender inclusivity. But the second part is very, very interesting. As if we have taken, digital ecosystem has already arrived and it will remain as it is. So now it's the time when we can talk about it and make policies. See, today's world, the most fluid is policy. Because we are gradually entering into a hugely complex system. We have shifted, see, the 19th century railroad and communication, that has completely changed occupational pattern and shifted people from one place to another. So it raised question on social equations, social relationships. Then come 1990, just pinpoint into Indian picture. We have found that those states who were early on the bus of digital revolution, .com, they had done much better. We in Bengal, we had done very badly because we resisted everything. But Bengal was not that resistant. It has been touted that India had no education before the Britishers have for the women and other groups. See, I read Bengal's women's educational history. I have found, at least from Chaitanya Dev's time, women were having regular education. The last reading of it, we get in Tagore family's women's educational history. And these were the Vaishnav Sannyasis or Vaishnavis They were the tutors. They were teaching mathematics, Subhankari, and they were teaching many more things. And only the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, etc., were the last part of their educational curriculum for women. For women. And if we look into India, for liberation of women, see, this is the India in which women never used husband's surname. It's an European, rather Victorian outgrowth in which we put ourselves. Just check. All over India. So those places like Bihar, etc., which were less exposed to it, the hinterland, there still women are called as Devis. In Bengal, Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar's mother was never a Chattopadhyay. She was always Bhagavati Devi. But we don't pick up these markers. Now, why I'm talking about these markers? Certainly, the digital space has to circulate these facts about the country. Because every country's digital space, though it is integrated with digital space of the entire world, but at the same time, in that space, every country makes its own contribution. Can we do this? Because ultimately we talk about digital ecosystem, but the digital ecosystem is basically a tool we have to use. There are two sides of it. One is how we can improve this ecosystem through its instrument improvement, through its software improvement, and blah, blah, blah. This is one side. The second side is how adept we are in utilizing it for our own causes. One of these causes is to feel proud in the tradition of our women, to understand more, not in Western terms, but in our own terms, that our women contributed so much to our industry building, even during 1st century AD to 18th century AD, when there were no huge production, only caste-based production system was there. And you were one of the highest GDP producing countries in the world. How it happened? At best, we had some batch mode factories in our towns. Some batch mode factories, which later were touted as that Italy has made batch mode production, etc. We find. See, we had some. Especially in case of precious metals, etc. We had a mix of both. But nobody knows it. Now the danger of digital space is, even today, even 10 years back, that so much of information, when you are deluged with so much of information, you are not able to know what is the actual information. What is the actual information? If we have to search for any health information, what is the most reliable website? What are the? Is this PubMed? Or anything else? And there are many proxy websites for them. How you do it? Because digital space marketing is awfully aligned to copying, to fishing on others' brand image. It's very important to understand this. Now, I'll go 10 years afterwards. See, get ready. Just tighten your belt, men and women. because both of us today has the same type of dress, mostly. Why? And especially those who are in communication and media. Within next 5 years, all your first level skill-based jobs are going to be out of market. Till now, we have seen gradually the development before COVID. We have seen only partial AI coming, and we were amazed at it. Even during that partial amazement with artificial intelligence driven programs, we had our anxiousness. Now what happens? You have seen, and women are at the receiving end, that artificially created picture, visual of a celebrity, how it's tried to damage. And it's not happening only once. For several years, and women are at the receiving end. Do we have to again bring back women to the home, within surroundings of the home, without a mobile phone, like we did in 11th century? Or they will face all those social castigations? Social castigations? See, now the social setting is so uncertain. If a boy mixes with 7 girls, there is no problem. But if a boy had mixed with 7 boys, a girl has mixed with, and all these 7 boys had taken photographs at different moments, and if they morph it, if they put it into artificial intelligence driven visuals, what happens? Already that sort of an industry of extortion is on the rise. So would we have to again give our women training, or women will give women training, that please keep yourself, don't mix with anyone? In this India, women had the right to choose their own husbands. And do you think choosing husband was done only by mixing with one man? From honorable distance? No, it's not. Go to different states of India. Women, after a match is made by families even, women go to the house and they stay there for several days. If it matches, they will be married. If it is not, they will not be married. These are very old traditions. These are very old traditions. So now we have to stop everything. So when we talk about that gender inclusivity, there is third angle also in the gender inclusivity. That angle is of third gender or transgender. That is also there. That is also there. How do you conceive it in a digital ecosystem? Sort of is their representation and existence, and how it can be respected. It is not only possible to take copies from others and just put it there. No, it's not possible. Because the threat is also from the ecosystem that will emerge after 5 years or 10 years. This threat will increase more and more. And the different reports, future predictability reports in industry says that the type of professions, skill-based professions we have now, most of it will be obsolete by next 10 years. So we have to tighten our belts. How we can accommodate us, how we can make ourselves trained for third round of reskilling, reorientation and reskilling. And by the time, because you will live much more than we all, the young people, by the time you will be adjusted to it, you will find that fifth revolution has come. So now, what is the fate of policies? See, the Britishers made the different policies that stayed for at least 100 years. Then we made policies after 1947. Those stayed at least for 50 years, 60 years, 70 years. And now the policies will change through corrections, through additions, to such a big amount within 4 to 5 years. Just look into our television, etc., broadcasting rules, everything. How most of the things have been redundant and new things have been taken within it, and it's in subsidiaries like the cable television network, etc., and then OTT platform, etc. Look into this question. Why it's happening? OTT platform would have not been possible if there was not partial AI drive. I still remember in 2002, when Foley-Norriman Committee gave a report, and on the basis of that, the Communication Convergence Bill was presented. So I wrote in Times of India and in Assam Tribune 2 articles. I wrote, it is premature to have a convergence bill and leave print from that convergence area. For convergence bill, we require a convergent media definition. And what would be its approach? What would be its markers? So that communication convergence bill was not tabled. There were many other protests also from others. It was not tabled. And you have seen, instead of that, there were telecommunication bills separately, broadcasting bills separately, all these things were being done. The point is, we have to understand when we talk about policy options and programs, programs may be of short duration, but policy options, even today, policies are taking shape as if these are programs, because they are also short-stayed. The difference between the two is getting decreased. I won't take much longer. Thank you. Just only 3 points I tried to deliberate upon. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chaudhary. I would just like to mention that Professor Diwakar Shukla has joined online. Production team, can you please connect me to Professor Shukla? He has come on the virtual mode because of certain reasons.
Hello.
Hello, Professor Shukla, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. Thank you so much. Can you see me?
Yeah. I'll just talk about you in 2 lines, and then I'll hand it over to the chairperson.
Sure, sure.
You're not visible, sorry. You're not visible.
Okay, just give me a second.
Just switch on the
video.
video.
Just give me a second. Give me a second.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
So Professor Diwakar Shukla, he's a professor Lake City University, Bhopal. Professor Shukla brings with him a unique confluence of academics and praxis and has more than 2 decades of specialization in the fields of communication for development, social and behavioral change, media research, communication strategies, and brand communication, with premier organizations like World Bank, Indian Express, European Union projects, and Dutch bilateral program, along with over 14 years at the world's largest communication organization, Ogilvy. A TEDx speaker, he has mentored students as a visiting faculty at premier management institution. He is a member of the national panel that supports UNICEF's social and behavioral change communication curriculum development in India. In addition, he holds the office of the Secretary Communication Committee, Association of the Universities of Asia and the Pacific. I would now request Chairperson Professor V.L. Dharurkar to introduce him and continue with the panel.
Shukla ji has a very rich experience, both academic and professional, and he has a perspective of his own. He is working in Jagran Lake University. Sir, now boon the audience with your rich experience, professional experience and also academic experience. आपका स्वागत है शुक्ला जी, आप शुरू करें.
Thank you. Honored to be part of this extremely illustrious panel, and my apologies to you, sir, to my co-panelists, and to everyone at National Media Conclave that I'm unable to be there in person. But so because I'm traveling right now. But it's an honor again to be able to speak to all of you. Part of this, it's a very interesting, extremely illustrious topic that has been given to us as a part of this particular panel, and something which I have been everyone at National Media Conclave that I'm unable to be there in person. But so because I'm traveling right now, but it's an honor again to and women and children able to speak to all of you. Part of this, it's a very interesting which I want to put forward that has been given to us as a part of this particular panel, and something we all know that the last place that I'm unable to be there in effort has been made digital because I'm traveling right now. But it's an honor again to women and children able to speak to all of you. It's a very interesting which I want to put forward that has been given to as a part of this panel, and something we all know what is this the last place that I'm unable to be there in effort has been made digital because I'm traveling right now. But it's an honor, I feel, and women and children able to speak to all of you. It's a very interesting we are still missing things as a part of this and something we all know what is this the last the process is that I'm unable to there effort has been made basically because I'm traveling right now advanced, but it's an honor, I feel, and women and children now it's a very interesting still missing things as a part of and something we all know what is this, but I think rather than more than process that I'm unable to there it is the holistic basically because I'm traveling right now advanced, but it's an honor, I feel, and women and children now it's a very interesting missing things as a part of and something we all know what is this, but understand that rather than more than process that I'm unable to there it is the holistic basically because I'm traveling right now. But it's an honor, I feel, to be women and children now it's a very interesting there's a concept that and something we all know what is this, to understand that the concept of growth it is the holistic basically but it's an honor, I feel, to be women and children now also there's a concept that and something we all know what is this, to understand that the concept of growth to be very honest I said holistic along with other many of the now also there's a concept that and something we all know what is this, to be very honest I said holistic along with other many of the now also there's a concept that and something we all know what is this, to be very honest I said holistic along with other many of the now we also there's a concept that and something we all integrated with the to be very honest, my set when is learning what is very, very important. And the moment I there's a concept that now there is a catch out there. To be very honest, it's like if you take a technology when it is learning what is the perpetual loop that we operate. Don't imagine where the drive there's a concept that easier for the person now there is a catch out there. To be very honest, it's kind of like if you take a technology when it is learning what is the perpetual loop that we operate. Don't imagine so I think the same analogy, the digital digital inclusivity for the also plays a so what is needed right now is, according to me, is kind of like if you take a technology when it is learning what is the perpetual loop that we operate. So I think the same analogy is another digital inclusivity for the also broader consideration feedback. So what is needed right now is, according to me, is what back from the research we talked about. The perpetual exclusion is nothing else but the same analogy what digital inclusivity for the also broader consideration feedback. So what is needed right now is, according to me, is what back from the research we talked about. The moment perpetual exclusion is nothing else but the same analogy what and then go beyond. But most of the time, the feedback loop comes back. So what is needed right now is, according to me, is that even if you give them an internet, even if you give them a digital device, nothing else but the same analogy what and then go beyond. But most of the time, the feedback and the moment so what is needed right now is, according to me, is that even if you give them an internet, the moment say that digital device, nothing else but the same analogy what and then go beyond. Most of the time, but if you look at the moment, so what is needed right now is, according to me, is even if you give them an internet, the moment say that digital device, nothing else but the same analogy many people watch and then go excluded from the world. But if you look at the moment, what is needed right now is, according to me, is there have been amazing great success story of but they are far watch and then go excluded from the world. But if you look at the moment, what is needed right now is, according to me, great success story of women accessing other things as well. So I think that's something that we'll have to keep in mind when we look at various things. So my point is that one needs to relook at the existing frameworks of digital inclusion. That is a policy matter, and it does involve a more holistic and a larger dimensions of it. As digital evangelists, we call it, or digital policy makers, one has to look at the interactions between different dimensions of inequality. The moment we say digital inequality, does it mean that you give them a device, you give them an internet technology, you give them the systems, everything goes away? It does not. Because one has not looked at various dimensions of inequality. So it's a very plain thing which I'm talking about. As any economist, as any sociologist, as any anthropologist, look at inequality and say, okay, if I have to address this inequality, I have to look at it in a larger perspective, in a more holistic or what you call wide angle perspective. Same way digital exclusion has to be looked into. I bring this point, Chairman Sir, is only because many times I've seen it, even in policy making, even at the state level, one of the first things which many of the policy makers, I'm sorry to say, bring up is internet access, fair enough, and also the devices. It could be computer, it could be mobile phone. To be very honest, it does not always work it this way. I mean, we all know, many of you out there in the audiences as well as a part of this illustrious panel, you all know that giving something in a source does not really mean that you empower somebody. It means that there a capacity building happening in terms of usage of that particular thing. So I think that's something which I wanted to bring up. And SDG many times have also failed to address these issues when we talk of digital inclusion from a perspective of SDGs as well. So I think one of the key things from a program perspective or the policy perspective I would try to submit here is that one has to invest into programs that given women mobiles phones will be less effective due to negative feedback, a negative loop that I talked about it. So I think it's important for us to create that particular interventions that give women easier access to technology. So many places, I know in Gujarat, I know in Maharashtra, I know in some other parts of the country, where the IT community centers have come up. There's a group of women who come up and they try to empower each other. There's a peer-to-peer kind of a usage of their technology happening. It has been fairly successful. I would not say it's a best case, but it has done. Only thing is, these community IT centers have been able to kind of provide a momentum to understanding of these particular technologies and how to use it, and that's very important. And also, the frameworks, as I talked about, of digital technology also has to be sensitive enough to understand the women's and the social needs in that context. That is number one. Gender divide, in any case, we all know in the country, and for that matter, in many of the countries, is always a challenge. So digital inclusion or digitally access leading to empowerment and enhancement of women's powers would also entail ensuring that there is a wider kind of address towards the gender divide itself per se. So I think that's very important. The third point which I want to put it, and I think that is where I'll try to close the entire thing. I think we would have to seriously start looking at this particular digital inclusion that we're talking about, and we need to start saying it inclusion by design. I think we need to, as policymakers, as researchers, as academicians, we need to start thinking, can we create a better gender responses designs for digital welfare or digital inclusion? So I think it's a question of design thinking that I'm trying to bring into play. And my sense is, looking at small examples where I have been part of it or I've seen it happening, I think inclusion by design should be one of the key tenets of any policy making, rather than thinking about providing access about technology and thinking that women will be able to kind of get into play also. If you look at some of the key things which even UNDP has talked about at the global level, they've talked about some of the key barriers which create this inequality. And I think one of the things we all know about is the gender norms itself and the cultural stereotypes itself. Now, we have to look into that before we start assuming that policies will be able to provide inclusion and provide equality to women the moment the digital technology is given to them. So I think national and international and local digitization strategies have to be recreated or reframed or reformulated from a perspective of design thinking, from a perspective of inclusion by design, as I said it. One has to look at a larger holistic picture of a gender equality in a larger sense and see where exactly this this digital pillar sits into the entire scheme of things. I think it's all interrelated, so you can't have it in silo. Third thing is, I think e-governance is a brilliant thing which many places that has been supremely successful. But I think there are still rough edges in that particular e-governance model when it comes to women. In many of the states, we do see that happening. So one has to look into that aspect from a policy making perspective. I really feel, and this is something which the national government has also done it, states are doing it. I think digital employment and entrepreneurship is a very, very big play. Believe me, like it has happened, all of you know, when it comes to livelihood development, women are absolutely smart set of community in our lives. The moment you give them a challenge, they are able to use their own innate knowledge of overcoming them and bringing about a great change in their own lives and their peer life. I think if we create a link between the digital transformation and entrepreneurship for women, whether it is rural, semi-rural or urban, I think there would be a big change happening because it leads to a great level of output. It's not a very short-term thing. It leads to output. So I think that is something that we'll have to look into it. And obviously, there are issues of cyber security and cyber safety, which the women have to look into it. If we do that, my sense is this holistic thing which I have talked about would start taking some shape. So I'll just close on one sentence, which is what I call the core of what I was trying to convey. Looking digital transformation and looking at digital technologies transforming the lives of women and integrating that as a policy is a great idea. But I think what is needed absolutely at most is, do we see digital inclusion in a larger perspective as a larger part of a digital gender inequality? If we do so, then we see the linkages between digital inclusion and other inclusion policies as well. So this is exactly what I wanted to say in a nutshell. I mean, I hope I was able to bring my points forward through this virtual, play. And I'll be very happy to hear some other people as well. So thank you so much, Chairman, and my co-panelists and all the audiences.
Thank you, Shuklaji, for nutshell analysis. Very fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Shukla. As far as the panel is proceeded, we have found that Dr. Biplab Chaudhary, Professor Shukla has harped on the right point when they are specifically pointing out that
in the social parameter was ideally not suppressed, but there have been several changes over the ages and in our countries, and now we have come to a stage where it has been a continuous process of saying that women cannot do this, men have to do that, women has to do this. So this is, and as we are getting gradually inclusive into this decision and the discussions, the idea of digitization is coming in between, where we feel that it is solely for a section of people and not for all. Biplab Chaudhary has rightly said that women were very independent at one point of time and they had their own decisions. And Professor Shukla also has harped on this, that we have to look on a larger parameter, we have to look on a larger level so that we can come out of these problems. Thank you, Professor Shukla, once again. I would now proceed to our next speaker, Dr. P.V. Satyaprasad, who is the Dean and Associate Professor of Journalism, School of Liberal Arts and Humanities, Watson University, Hyderabad. Dr. Satyaprasad is a senior academician, researcher, and author in the field of journalism and media studies, who has worked in reputed higher education institutions both in India and the Gulf region. He has taught journalism and mass communication courses at the undergraduate as well as graduate levels. His research expertise is in the domain of print journalism, media literacy, and the digital divide. Dr. Satyaprasad is currently the Dean of AMP, Associate Professor Journalism at the School of Liberal Arts and Humanities, Watson University, Hyderabad. I would now hand over the microphone to our chairperson, Dr. V.L. Dharurkar, to request Dr. P.V. Satyaprasad to continue with the panel.
Dr. Satyaprasad, you have a very rich experience of research and also teaching. Yes. We expect from you to carry forward this important subject of digital inclusion of the gender and social inclusion. I am sure you will enlighten us in new dimensions.
Thank you. At the outset, I would like to thank Professor Dharurkar and Professor Biplab and Professor Divakar for setting the stage for an interesting and insightful discussion on a very pressing, or I would rather say a very vital topic and very relevant and contemporary topic that has been really plaguing us, and is actually we are looking for solutions to this particular issue. Policy options and programs for enhancing social and gender inclusivity in the digital ecosystem. As far as policy options and programs for enhancing social and gender inclusivity is concerned, as Professor Dharurkar has rightly pointed out, the Constitution has provided some safeguards, and time and again, successive governments have come forward with certain policies and programs to ensure that there is a greater element of inclusivity of gender, and also a great amount of stress has been laid on enhancing the social and gender inclusivity component. But as we are all aware, we are living in a digital ecosystem. Like it or not, it is a necessary evil, I would say, just like the internet is one. We are living in a digital ecosystem which has its own dynamics on one hand and which has its own pitfalls on the other hand, I would say. Now, when we talk of the digital ecosystem, we are well aware that the digital ecosystem we are living in is replete with dangers for women, sexual minorities, and vulnerable communities, especially in this age of fake news and AI. And fake news circulation remains one of the biggest dangers, I would say, and this needs to be curbed by regulation of social media platforms and ensuring their algorithm is not favoring certain political outcomes or hate speech. So the challenge before us is, how do we bring or how do we ensure that the governments of the day will come forth with an algorithm that is not particularly favoring particular political outcomes or hate speech? And how do we emerge or how do we come up above this danger of fake news circulations, and what kind of regulations can the governments come forward which will ensure that these things can be curbed at an infancy stage so that they do not pose any problem to gender, particularly to inclusivity as such. And today we are seeing examples of deepfakes. And I'm sure you have already seen images of noted celebrities, of the deepfake images, which have created quite a few ripples in our society. And you are aware that AI-generated images and deepfakes especially are already very photorealistic. And this is the worrying part. These AI-generated deepfake images are so photorealistic, unless we have certain specific tools or filters on popular social media platforms, it will be very difficult for us to tell what is real from what is fake. So realistic these images are that we are seeing on the social media platforms. And we have reached a stage where it is difficult for us to differentiate between whether these images are fake or they are real. Now, many Indian outlets have already tripped on this, in the sense that they have carried AI-generated images as real pictures. And mind you, this is not some small town publications, but reputed news and media outlets have carried AI-generated images, assuming that they were real pictures, only to retract later. But the damage is done. The images have been carried. Any amount of retraction can only partially undo this damage. So over time, when these kind of things get repeated, such things will erode public trust in media even more. Already, the public trust in media is eroding a bit. But practice of this kind of penetration of fake images over the time will erode the public confidence in media even more. But at the same time, as I believe that every challenge brings an opportunity, it also, however, offers opportunities for automating mundane aspects of businesses and outreach, allowing smaller operations run by social minorities or vulnerable groups to match the resources of legacy operations by AI automation and using digital technology. Now, I would like to kind of sum up my presentation here by saying that, as Professor Divakar was earlier pointing out, why not we run a series of community training centers? It could be not just the government's responsibility to run these community training centers, wherein we, the people, are familiarized with the pros and cons of the existing digital ecosystem. Once we get to know the kind of digital ecosystem that we are living in, it becomes easier for us to be aware of the pitfalls as well, so that we take our own initiatives to avoid falling into the trap of AI generated fake news images. So my sincere request is that governments and NGOs must come forward, set up community training centers where people can be trained in the existing digital ecosystem that we are living in, and what kind of measures should be taken by us to avoid falling into this trap of fake news and AI generated images. So with this, I would like to hand over my mic to the next speaker.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Satya Prasad. We have addressed another point also, that the government policies should be such that we need to first learn what is the ecosystem of digital world, and then only we can actually free ourselves from the true and the false, and good news and fake news. That was a brilliant point, Professor Prasad. Now I would proceed to our last speaker in the panel, Professor Raghavendra Mishra, who is the head of the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, Amarkantak, MP. Dr. Mishra is with 16 years of teaching and 5 years of industry experience, is currently serving as the professor and head of Journalism and Mass Communication Department at IGNTU, Amarkantak in Madhya Pradesh, having specialization on communication theory and research, public relation, traditional folk media, and new media. Professor Mishra has a significant contribution to research with publication of 37 papers, 29 chapters in edited volumes, and 50 popular articles. He also authored 3 books and published 5 edited books. He is the member of Academic Council of IGNTU, member of DRC and Board of Studies of various universities. He is right now the head Department of Vocational Education 2 and coordinator of NSS IGNTU 3. I now request our chairperson, Professor V.L. Dharurkar, to ask him to continue with this panel with his eminent speech.
Professor Raghavendra Mishra is working in Indira Gandhi with National Tribal University at Amarkantak. He is the product of Kashi Vidyapit. He has written 8 books and has been teaching since last 16 years. I had visited the department for a program or seminar, and he has very well organized his programs in a very systematic manner. Now I request Raghavendra Mishra ji to enlighten us.
Thank you, sir. With the permission of Professor Dharulkar, sir, chair of the panel, Professor K.V. Nagaraj, sir, is there, Professor B.B. Sanjay, sir, is there, and convener of this very beautiful and now established annual National Conclave, Media Conclave, Professor Upen Padi, sir, and all dear friends. Before starting my deliberation, I would like to clear 2 things. Number 1, I am a smart person because I have smartphone. This smartness is very much associated with this digital ecosystem in which we are living nowadays. If you go through your everyday life, everything is interconnected. We are living in the age where everything is interconnected. Our mobile, our television, our cars, our security system, banking, education, shopping, business, production, operations, everything. So we are interconnected with this binary system, digital system, which is now known as the digital ecosystem. The term, of course, the meaning, of course, established from the conventional meaning of the ecosystem, which is focusing on bringing extra values for both all stakeholders, the creators, controllers, as well as consumers. So, multiple ecosystems are working here and we all are connected with them. Our banking system, online shopping, governance model, structure are some of the examples of this digital ecosystem. And with arrival of advanced digital technologies, all our structure, platforms, services, tools, machines have become smart. Hence, we also need to be smart enough to be benefited from the avenues and opportunities created by digital ecosystems. AI, of course, is going to take away so many jobs, but I was reading an article just when I was coming here that AI is going to create 2 crore new jobs in next 5 years also. So new avenues are coming and only we need to be smart enough in this digital ecosystem to grab these avenues and opportunities. So why? Because we are backward enough on both ends, technology and people. We have entered in the 5G era and a huge population is connected with the digital media. Government is running Digital India program that has transformed digital infrastructure of the country significantly, and we are today home to more than 75 crore smartphones, 133 crore Aadhaar cards and more than 80 crore internet users. That is our strength, and this is how we are converting from the conventional system to digital ecosystem. And when I was preparing, in fact, for this conclave, I have gone through 2 data. One data which was released by Oxfam India, that is India Inequality Report 2022 Digital Divide. The report was focused on the digital divide and it was highlighting some of the key figures of the digital inequality. Though most of the figures are suspicious and biased also, but as a reference we can use it. Indian women are 15% less likely to own a mobile phone and 33% are likely to use mobile internet services than men. Hence, women constitute only 1/3 of internet users in India. Actual difference is less because when I went through the data available on the TRAI website, then I found that the gap between men and women in using internet is 6 to 8% maximum. So the fabrication is there, but it is indicating towards inequality. A digital inequality is there in the use of internet between men and women. Means on the gender basis a gap is there. Again, another data is there that despite registering a significant digital growth rate of 13% in a year, only 30% of the rural population uses the internet compared to 67% of their urban counterparts. Again, in tri-certified figures, the gap is 48% and 54%, but still 8% gap is there. And according to UN E-Participation Index 2022, which is a composite measure of 3 important dimensions of e-government, namely provision of online services, telecommunication, connectivity and human capacity, India ranks 105 out of 139 regions. So on these parameters, we can say that the gap is there, digital divide is there, and we are far away from the other zones, other nations. And factor also wide the gap of digital divide, as people who are marginalized on the socio-economic parameters are marginalized in the digital ecosystem too. This marginalization generates negative results as a huge section of population which is deprived in the digital ecosystem often fails to gain from the development initiatives and programs. So it is evident from the studies also that population does not have access to digital technologies, are deprived from conducing benefits of the welfare schemes, banking services and all initiatives related to development of the population. So we can say that at human end, the issue of digital divide still exists everywhere and interlinked with the development of the country and individuals. Though government has taken so many initiatives, and they are moving in the government 3.0 with the Aadhaar card is there, DigiLocker is there, common service centers are working there, and Umang is there. More than 1,668 e-services are available. E-sign is there, My Government is there, Meri Pehchan is there, and Digital Village is created, and more than 1 lakh gram panchayats are now connected with the broadband connectivity. National rollout e-district, that is the mission mode project undertaken by government, and they are providing 406,071 e-services. So, Jeevan Praman is there, GIS applications are there, and National Knowledge Network, NKN, which is being used by higher educational institutions, and PMG Disha, and UPI, the leading digital payment platform. It has onboarded 376 banks and has facilitated 730 crore transactions by volume, and worth are rupees 11.9 lakh crore rupees. So these are the examples of some of the digital ecosystem initiatives undertaken by government, and they are transforming. But the next part, whether divide exists or not, whether inequality is affecting the chances, or you can say chances, and as well as skilling of the people who are from the marginalized section, who are at the, you can say, end part of the society. I would like to share 3-4 my observations, grassroots observations. In fact, just before Diwali, I went to bank that is located in my university campus to take some cash. And the cashier told me to either you produce check or better to go and take it from the ATM, because if you will take it from the withdrawal form, at least 59 rupees you have to pay there. So forcefully I came back from the bank without taking any money. I went into the ATM, took the money. In fact, I went into bank to take some cash, small notes like 100 rupees, 50 rupees. Then I forcefully pushed into the ATM, I took the money. So this is the one way how the digital ecosystem is enhancing, and these digital technologies are including the people into its shelter. So the people like us, me, I am a net migrant, I am not netizen. So a generation gap is always there, generation gap will always be there. I will always hesitate while using these new technologies. First, I will try go and take money from the cashier with the help of withdrawal form, and if situation will force me, then I will go and use the ATM. ATM is also example of the digital ecosystem. So a person like me, a person who is net migrant, a person who is from the past generation, is forced to go into the new digital ecosystem. Another example, another observation is from the CUET. CUET is very much connected because I am working in a university which is located in a tribal rich area and which is far away from the urban centers. So you can say it is a remotely located. So CUET, most of universities have adopted new centralized admission system of CUET, which gives ample options for students. Through several rounds of admission, students take admissions, cancel it, claim for refund and go for other courses. And this has become usual practice for students because they are having 25 to 30 options. They are taking admission, they are cancelling it, they are exploring second round, third round, fourth round, fifth round. So many cancellations are also taking place. So what happened in our university? My university is located in one of the backward and remote regions where tribal population is in majority. And university's name is also tribal, so this is one of the you can say, like destination from tribal students. My university, so I have seen most of students claimed for fee refund face difficulties. Why that? Because they have applied through CSCs, Common Service Centers, and every mobile and even mobile number and account of the shop owner used, so they rarely get update of the refund, and other often do not get the refund back because they have used numbers, everything, even account numbers, everything from of the CSC controller or the owner who is running the common service centers. So they are not aware enough to use their accounts and mobile phones for admission process, so they are unable to get their refunds. So a gap of digital divide exists, even, and they are new students, they are young students. So a gap of digital divide exists, hence even literate and young people, due to lack of digital skills, lost their money and lost their opportunity too. Another observation is also from my vicinity. So I am, as I told, we are in the rural areas, and for vegetable sector dependent on Lalpur market. That is a weekly rural market, and out of dozens of vendors, some have adopted digital payment method, show their barcode prominently, and in return able to get more customers, which are mostly students, staff of the university, means cream customers of the market. So digital divide exists here too, and clearly affecting income prospects of the users and non-users. So those who are having barcodes are getting more customers, and those are based on the conventional cash system, they are getting less. They have started getting less customers in a very typical rural bazaar, hard bazaar kind of market. So this digital ecosystem is reaching in such markets, such areas also, and they are affecting the prospects. Another story belongs to my domestic help, Ramabai. She is very sincere, hard-working and wise lady. She used to serve 4 or 5 houses, earn money, and most of the money she keeps in her bank account. She has bank account. Slowly, more than 2 lakh rupees collected in her saving account, which is anyway is a big amount for a domestic help. Once when she was asking about some entries in her passbook, my wife came to know about her bank balance. I also came to know and advised her to go for FD. I took her to bank, and her money was invested in one of the fine FD schemes offering lucrative return on the investment. So though the Ramabai is literate, having a clear class 8th standard, but not acquainted with the digital ecosystem where most of other advertisements, offers are floating. I am working in Mahakoshal region. That is also one of the backward regions of the country, one of the identified problem regions, Dandakaranya region, in Madhya Pradesh, and in nearby Dindori, because e-commerce is one of the very important component of digital ecosystem. Amazon is example of digital ecosystem. All your banking apps are example of digital ecosystem. And Parivahan, which we are using, DigiLocus, these all are examples, and these are affecting our day-to-day affairs, day-to-day lives, and how they are making differences. At the grassroots level, these observations are associated with that only. So, Dindori district, that is one of the tribal rich district of the nation. Many artists of the famous Gondi painting are devotedly engaged in beautiful creations. Gondi paintings are world famous, and most of artists are concentrated in Dindori district. And their unique art and paintings hardly help them to get handsome income, as they are unaware of networking and digital e-commerce ecosystem where they can sell their products on the genuine price. They are unaware of all these marketing tactics, marketing tools, which can help them in selling their products online, so they can have global reach and they can have right customers, right destination. And what is happening there? Hundreds of pieces are being sold in the name of Bastar art. You might have also purchased Gondi art, and these are simply replica only and manufactured, not created, not crafted in the factory. So since their access to digital ecosystem is not, as they are not very familiar with the digital ecosystem, so they are not able to get the benefits which is available out of all these things. So all these examples or cases which are taken from the real world, from our surroundings, depict varied pictures of the digital ecosystems and participation of the grassroots into it. On the one hand, as data reveal, we have achieved great progress in the field of ICT, and it is very much reflected through growing numbers and stats. But at the same time, as cases suggest, we need to make our system inclusive, and for making our digital ecosystem truly inclusive, we need to address problems associated with the people who are deprived, hence unable to get benefits of technological shift in the economy. I think, and some suggestions I have also included here. Existence of program and policies which addressing all aspects of the digital divide is required. We need to educate and encourage our people who are from rural and marginalized section with the help of digital ecosystem orientation modules, and that we can start from the schools, panchayats, and through network of the third sector. Affordable and subsidized broadband services for community services are also required. Even having a smartphone or having a small proportion of data is not enough to conduce all benefits which are available by visiting various portals, various ecosystems. Data consuming effort is there. So if affordable broadband connectivity is there, government is also aiming, already 1 lakh villages are broadband connected. So that can transform the situation, that can enhance the digital ecosystem, and that can cover the marginalized section also. And multilingual digital literacy and digital skill training is also required. Because of the language barrier, this is a very conventional but still very effective barrier in the digital world also. So if you are going to vernacular, the market is also supporting vernacular. So you will get more users, more people will be acquainted with the digital ecosystem, so they can be benefited from the all new avenues which are coming through the digital world. And one more issue which is very important, sir was talking about the deepfakes also. So strengthening cyber security is, deepfake is another thing. They will morph the images, even image morphing was there. And the same phenomena was available earlier also with the previous technologies, but ATM card cloning, bank account hacking, data and private information leakage to cyber frauds, such issues are happening every day, and they are in fact pushing people back. Then because of all these incidents, most of people are, you can say, they are electing to use the digital technologies, enter into the digital world. So this is another very important factor. We need to address it very seriously. Data security issue is also part of it. So these steps can contribute in bridging the gap of digital divide, and minimum government, maximum governance can be achieved by making the digital system inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mishra. That was a really insightful speech, and it had a lot of good points to be noted. So the panel discussion comes to an end. And probably we are running out of time. But however, this panel discussion has been really inclusive of all important points that should have been done. I would now request Professor V.L. Dharurkar to conclude the session, and we can go for an open session of questionnaires before we wrap it up.
Thank you, all panelists. Chaudhary ji has enlightened us about the past and present, and he has underlined about various truthful dimensions. Again, the second important speaker, Divakarji Shukla from Jagran University, he also presented number of aspects on the basis of his rich experience and how we have to train our workers and how we have to fill the gap, the digital divide. He has given very useful suggestions. Satyajit ji also, Satyaprasad ji has given some very bare truthful facts, and Raghavendra Mishra has given certain case studies of his tribal studies. So to briefly conclude now, we are all in the fourth industrial revolution of 3D printing and AI and GChat, and the digital ecosystem in this change dimension, how to participate, social inclusion, how to improve women's participation, that is a very important challenging phenomena. Nowadays, the Anganwadi women workers also have been elevated. They have been given short smartphones. So, when I conducted a study in the remote area of Maharashtra, about 4 villages, and I made a presentation in International Social Science Congress in China in 2004, that was a very interesting study, because the villages which are away, remote from the urban cities, therein schools' computers first were exposed. And after the school's computers, the school boys learned it, and then later on, women were also knowing about the computers. So how you inform the people about digitalization, how the Gram Panchayats are being explored for digitalization, the way the digital ecosystem is changing, that is very important. Bhim app and UPI app and different types of economic apps, and as Raghavendra ji given examples of how people are now benefited out of that. Now the Mudra scheme of the government of India, the women are more beneficiaries. Even self-help groups in Maharashtra, many of the women's groups are just their MSME, small scale industries here coming up. So unless and until we change digital ecosystem, make it more women friendly, participation will not enhance. So social inclusion is possible in this age. When Google chairman Eric Schmidt wrote a book, Into the Digital Age, Changing Businesses, Changing Culture, Changing Nations, and Changing Villages we have to add. So when a village has to become more progressive, then the caste barriers will come down, the gender barriers will come down, and the holistic approach of development is also needed for changing the entire village and making it more powerful and more effective. So what was happening in 19th century, what is happening in 21st century? Where women are economically strengthened, they are empowered. Economic empowerment is very important. Digital empowerment is very important. The way the digitalization process will change, ecosystem will change, automatically women will be empowered. How Muhammad Yunus experiment in Bangladesh, rural credit, and some Indian experiences on this also give us a very nice example. In Chandrapur, one lady was deaf and dumb and was not able to speak. But in the third wave of corona, she had only her own Aadhaar card. On the basis of the Aadhaar card, it was, exposed that she was belonging to a remote village in Andhra Pradesh somewhere. So she was safely transferred to her village and to her family, because she was a labor class working in Chandrapur district in the charcoal coal mines. But later on, when she was not able to speak, her Aadhaar card was able to express her. So this is what benefit of digitalization. When corona, thousands of people are migrating from one place to another place. Their safety, security was based on their digital data. So more digital data will be available, disaster problems will be solved. Now the Uttarakhand disaster issue is being tackled on the basis of technology. So this is all these examples show us in the very crucial times of disaster, in the very crucial times of social economic change, cultural change, women's empowerment is very important. The woman is secure, woman is empowered, then the whole society will change. So it's very true that we have to develop women as a Nari Shakti, and political participation of women after 10 years, when the picture will totally change, when India's parliament will have sizable number of women, automatically the political power will give them economic power, will improve their digital stance, and also will bring a total change in the country. And the holistic change will be there. Claudia Godwin, who was given a Nobel Award in economics, she studied about women workforce. And in her studies, she pointed out that even in America, there is a huge digital divide between the workforce in women, male and female. So she was able to recast the history of women's labor force on the basis of some data, without difficult data. So that shows, again, another Nobel Prize in the women workers, the study, the problems of the women in Taliban, in Afghanistan, the problems of women in Pakistan, the problems of women in Iraq, they show that lack of education creates more problem. Again, lack of education, lack of digitalization, lack of computerization, advancement in technology will help us to change the ecosystem, and which will bring a total change. Thank you very much for all the patient. Thank you for patient listening. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone. That was an enriching session. We learned a lot. We got to know a lot. Before we wrap up the session, I would request Professor Dr. Rupendra Pathi to come here and felicitate our esteemed speakers. Organizers, please get ready for the felicitation. Professor Pathi. Professor Dharurkar is being felicitated by Professor Pathi. Audience, please, some applause at least. A very eminent person, Professor Dharurkar. Professor Pathi felicitating Dr. Biplab Loho Chaudhary, who is a sea of knowledge and has been into the communication, teaching and learning process over the years. We are felicitating now Professor Raghavendra Mishra, went through an extensive lecture, and a wonderful speech. Professor Pathi felicitating Dr. P.V. Satyaprasad, the Dean and Associate Professor of School of Liberal Arts and Humanities. Thank you so much, esteemed speakers. Thank you so much, team of erudite people present in the 7th National Media Conclave, the Media Mahakumbh of Bhubaneswar. Audience, please go for a tea break. And you can relax for a while till 6 o'clock when the cultural program would begin. Thank you so much. So the day 1 comes to an end, and we are looking forward for the day 2, followed by the parallel sessions having tomorrow. Thank you so much for kind patience and listening to the panel discussions. Have a good evening, everyone.
all to this 7th edition of National Media Conclave and the end of the first day, and we are into the cultural program. Nilachala Nivasaya Nityaya Paramatmane Balabhadra Subhadravhyam Jagannathaya Te Namaha. महाप्रभु जगन्नाथ जी के नाम लेते हुए हम आज के कार्यक्रम शुरू कर रहे हैं। आप सबको फिर से स्वागत है इस पावन घड़ी पर।
Namaskar, Subha Sandhya. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am your lovely host and host, Adnada Rai. Today's evening is very special as we all are getting a chance of get together on this special occasion of cultural program. आमे समस्ते बंधा होइचे भगवान कर आशीर्वाद रे से जगतर नाथ जगन्नाथ हुंतु कि प्रभु श्री कृष्ण हुंतु कि शिव हुंतु समस्तंकर महिमा आम प्रति अछि एवं रहिथिवो।
वंदे देव उमापतिं सुरगुरुं वंदे जगत कारणं वंदे पन्नग भूषणं मृगधरं वंदे पशूनां पतिं वंदे सूर्य शशांक वह्निनयनं वंदे मुकुंद प्रियं वंदे भक्तजनाश्रयं च वरदं वंदे शिवं शंकरं. Yes, we are going to start the first program on Lord Shiva, the most powerful power of this universe, Lord Shiva, another.
मंदिर कहूची शिव मशाणी रे एवं मशाणी कहूची शिव मंदिर रे से शिव मशाणी रे थांतु कि मंदिर रे थांतु शिवं को पाइबा को हेले समस्त को जपिबा को पड़ी थाए गोटिए नाम ओम नमः शिवाय. आमे समस्ते से गोटिए नाम नहीं ए जगत रु उद्धार पाई जिबा. ताहले आसंदु मिले बेसी प्रभुं को पाखरे प्रणिपात करी आज रे संध्या को आगे नेबा. ए नृत्य माध्यम रे हो कि गीत माध्यम रे हो भगवान को पाइबार ए गोटे सुंदर माध्यम रहिछि. किछि कथा न कहि मध्य भगवान को पाइबार उपाय होछि नृत्य, जहाँकि आज आमे मध्य ए मंच रे आपण मानकु नै जिबु भगवान को पाखकु से शिवं को पाखकु चलंतु जिबा. समस्ते किछि कथा स्मृति आकार रे रहि जिवो. तेणु ता पूर्व आपण मानकु जणै दउछि किछि छोटिया कहानीटिए. इन ए प्रेयर टू लॉर्ड शिव द डिवोटी सेज, ओ लॉर्ड शिव, you wear beautiful earrings and bright necklace. Your matted hair looks gorgeous with the crescent moon. Your eyes are very bright and your speech is cool as soothing moonlight. Your beautiful hands carry the danda and trishula. You wear the costume of money. O Lord Shiva, the spouse of Parvati, release me from this worldly bonding. Again the devotee says, O Lord Shiva, your eyes are like burning fire. You are the savior of Nandi. You are ardent with serpents as your ornaments. You are painted with the ash from the burning ground. You are wearing the elephant skin as your garment. You have the power to burn the sun. You have 5 faces. You who burnt Kama, and you are a great yogi. O Lord Shiva, release me from this ocean of worldly binding.
We are now inviting our first batch, first group.
Dancers. Chirasrota Khuntia, Meera Das, Priyabrat Palai, Sonali Saho, and Sujitra Baral. And this dance direction by Guru Lingara Swami.
We are going to present the classical form of Odisha, the Odissi dance, where we are going to present Shiva Panchaka.
Odissi dance, Shiva Panchaka.
Please give a big hand and welcome all our artists on the stage. Shiva Panchaka. This program is sponsored by Eastern Zonal Cultural Center, Government of India, Ministry of Culture.
पद्मासीनं
हे शिवापति पार्वतीपति त्राहि मां भव सागरम. हे शिवापति पार्वतीपति त्राहि मां भव सागरम. Please give a big hand for all our artists. From divine worship we will proceed further for the nature worship. हमारी जो कल्चर है ये प्रकृति उपासना की कल्चर है. The next program we are going to start is Dal Khai by the artist of Lok Shastra Kala Parishad, Cuttack. They are going to perform this dance, Dal Khai. Sambalpuri folk dance is a traditional, strong, rhythm-based folk dance of Western Odisha. Dal Khai is a unique dance among all Sambalpuri folk dances. If we go through the history, we find that many classical and folk dances have their origin from religious surroundings. It was the age when man did not know to worship statues, but they had developed the desire to worship. They used to worship trees, its branches, rivers, stones, mountains, everything. According to this tradition, the people of Western Odisha used to worship a branch of amla tree in their sacred places, assuming the branch of Dal in Odia, which is the representative of Dal Khai Devi. The songs and dances performed on this occasion were called Dal Khai and Dal Khai dance. At present, these people celebrate Bhai Juntia in the same auspicious occasion of Shukla Ashtami in the month of Aswina. Dal Khai dances are being performed in all parts of Western Odisha.
कला साहित्य संस्कृतिर परंपरा रे अनेक नृत्य गीत रही तन्मध्यरु एही नृत्य जहाँकि आमर पश्चिम ओडिशार एक प्रसिद्ध नृत्य डालखाई नृत्य. वर्षार आगमन हेले मयूर जेमिति पुछ मेलाई नृत्य करिथाए ठीक सेमिति कृष्ण राधांकर जंगल मध्य प्रेम पीरती को देखि नृत्य करने को समस्ते आमर आगे आसंदी. विभिन्न रंग माध्यम विभिन्न पोशाकर ये छोट छोट रंग माध्यम भगवान श्रीकृष्ण और राधा को पूजा करने ताहारे यही निछट छवि आपण मानक सामने.
The artist of Lok Shastra Kala Parishad, Cuttack, dancers are Swaranjali Behra, Sonali Bisoi, Namita Dalai, Narmada Dalai, and singers Gokulananda Sahu, Tapaswini Patel, accompanists Prashanta, Siva, Rahul, Mrutyunjay, Manoj, Sachidananda, and Prashanta Behra. This dance is directed and composed by Guru Sri Gangadhar Das. This program is sponsored by Eastern Zonal Cultural Center, Ministry of Culture, Government of India. Please give a big hand and welcome our artist.
हेलो, बोलो जगत जननी दुर्गति नाशिनी मां दुर्गा की. করি পনত কানি মাগো মোর ঢাপি করি পনত কানি
दशहरा माथा टुकेल मनकर मन रस माटीर पुतुला बुई नाचुथि लुई लुई बाप भाई देखुथिले आहा बाप भाई देखुथिले आहा मायकी टिके लाज नाही टिके लाज नाही टिके लाज नाही के डाल खाई रे दंगरा पिला है जीवा भेलका देखे करी दंगरा पिला है जीवा भेलका खाइबू बेले खिरसा चौकी पिला रे खाइबू बेले खिरसा चौकी पिला रे अनपैसा बोका अनपैसा बोका अनपैसा बोका के डाल खाई रे जिमा पतर तुली फुगा टुपा धरी बाहारी लागुरु ଖର୍ଚ୍ଚଲା ତୁମା ସାଙ୍ଗ ସାଙ୍ଗ ହେଇଗଲେ ବାକି ଉଲେ ଦୁଲେ କେ ତୁଲା ଡୁଙ୍ଗରି ଉପରେ କେ ତୁଲା ତଲେ କେ କରିଛେ ଭୋଗା ଭରନା କେ କରିଛେ ଉନା କେ ପଇଲା ଆଇ ଗो କେ ପଇଲା ବାଇ କେ ପଇଲା ଆଇ ଗो କେ ପଇଲା ବାଇ ବାସିତିରେ নুন ମିର୍ଚା ଦେଇଥିବୁ ପୁରେଇ କାହିଁ ଗଲା ସେ କେଣ୍ଟି କାହିଁ ଗଲା ସେ କେଣ୍ଟି ତାର ଗଲା ମାଡ଼ ମାରିଛେ ମୁଁ ଯାଇଛେ ଫାଟି ମୁଁ ଯାଇଛେ ଫାଟି ମୁଁ ଯାଇଛେ ଫାଟି କାହିଁ ଡାଲ ଖାଇ ରେ
Namaste. रूपे नमस्ते जगतवन्द्य पादारविन्द नमस्ते जगत्ता ऋणित्राहि दुर्गे। माँ नवदुर्गा की आराधना के लिए आगे ओडिसी डांस लेकर आ रहे हैं। मेरे साथी अन्नदा बताएंगे आपको।
हब निश्चय हब आपण मान इच्छा को आम सम्मान दे आउ गोटे संबलपुरी आनीदेबू भेटी आपण निश्चय देबू किंतु ता पूर्व हे जाओ हुल्ला कौन एंजॉय आर यू एंजॉयिंग थैंक यू थैंक यू थैंक यू सबुरा घूरी घूरी के आम से परंपरा भितर बांधी जीवा कला साहित्य संस्कृतिर परंपरा को आमको सम्मान देवार अछि। ए मंच रे आम आज देखाई देबा आमे खांटी ओढ़िया भारी बढ़िया वाओ लव यू। नारी सच में नारी शक्ति है घर नर के, नारी शक्ति है नर के, नारी शोभा है घर की। जिस घर में नारी को सम्मान मिले उस घर में सिर्फ फूल ही फूल खिले। शो ऑलवेज रेस्पेक्ट वोमेन। नारी को सम्मान करो, क्या करोगे ना? थैंक यू। नारी अनेक रूप केतबले जननी जाया भगिनी से नारी केतबले मंदिर रे पूजा पाउची लक्ष्मी पार्वती काली दुर्गा अनेक रूप हेले भी समस्तंग पाई से केवल सुंदर नारी। जो नारी केतबले शांत तो केतबले अशांत किंतु शांत रूप ही समस्त को भल लगे। केबे हेले चेष्टा करंतु नहीं नारी भितर देखा अशांतर रूप केवल से मानक पाई होई थाए नारी अशांत दुष्ट मानक पाई। तेणु आमे समस्त एठी कौन दुष्ट ना शिष्ट? निश्चय शिष्ट। ताहले से नारी आज आम पाखक आसुछंती भगवान के रूप रे। जो नारी अनेक रूप आपण माने जानी छंती दुर्गांगर गोटे रूप नव दुर्गा। यस एब्सोल्युटली राइट, आई एम टेलिंग अबाउट नव दुर्गा. Navadurga is an item about 9 aspects of Durga. Abhinaya items are expressional in nature, a depiction of bhava or deep emotion expressed in a song or lyric. The Abhinaya provides ample scope to the dancer for delineating an emotion through the expressive artifices of mime glances, hand gesture, sinus movements of the body, and myriad uses of facial expression. Goddess Durga, moment possessing the accumulated power of all the gods, and out of her infinite compassion, she comes to the aid of those who supplicate her, slaying the fierce buffalo-headed demon Mahinsa in battle, taking the epithet Mahishasura Mardini and killing Sumbha and Nisumbha, two demons. She has 9 different names, which is so in this choreography Navadurga. Bane Durga, Mahadurga, Giri Durga, Jai Durga, Durga Mahisamardini, Sakti Durga, Bhor Durga, and Chanda Durga. These all are 9 Rupa of Navadurga. So ladies and gentlemen, please big a round of applause for this beautiful dance of Navadurga Odissi dance. And this dance is performed by all the Satabdi Sangeet Mahavidyalaya dancers. And I would like to, all dancers, please come on the stage, that Srimati Chirasruta Khundia, Meera Das, Sonali Sahu, Onni Saratha, Smita Sahu, Sujitra Baral, Rajlakshmi Nayak, and Priyavrata Palai. And this dance directed by Guru Lingaraj Swai. So ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for this dance that is known as Navadurga.
This program is sponsored by Eastern Zonal Cultural Center, Ministry of Culture, Government of India. Please give a big hand for all our artists. पता चला कि तू प्यार करती है किसी और से, खुदा करे दुआ करता हूँ, खुदा करे दुआ करता हूँ, तू प्यार करती है जिससे वो प्यार करे किसी और से। रेडी? हंसना मना है।
जय भगवती देवी नमो वरदे। जय भगवती देवी नमो वरदे। जय भगवती देवी नमो वरदे। नमो नमः जय चंद्र दिवाकर नेत्रधरे जय पावक भूषित वक्रवरे जय चंद्र दिवाकर नेत्रधरे जय पावक भूषित वक्रवरे जय भैरव देह नीलीन परे जय भैरव देह नीलीन परे जय अंधकदत्य विमोक्ष करे नमो वरदे जय भगवती देवी नमो वरदे जय महिषाधिमर्दिनी शूलकरे जय लोक समस्त पाप हरे
अभी भी ताली सुनाई नहीं दिया। माँ नवदुर्गा आप सबकी मंगल करे। हाँ जी, don't worry. Now we are moving further for the Desi Karma dance. Desi Karma is a dance form of Western Odisha. It's a folk Sambalpuri dance form. Basically, there are Adivasi Karma and Dosi Karma. The main instrument used in this dance is Mandal. Desi Karma is performed on the occasion of worship of Ma Karma Sani. This is celebrated on Shukla Ekadasi of Bhadrapada. All people celebrate this irrespective of caste, creed, and there is a belief in this 21st century that poor can be blessed with wealth and sonless can be blessed with son if one observes the puja of Ma Karmasani with fasting without touching water also. Therefore, people celebrate this occasion with dance and joy. Desi Karma.
कौन देसी दरकार ना विदेशी दरकार देसी जिंदाबाद ताले आमे मंचरे आज आपण मानको से देसी रो स्वाद चखई पुणी घुरे घुरे से कला साहित्य संस्कृति पाखरे पहुंचेबू ताले चलंतु से पश्चिम ओडिसा रो प्रसिद्ध नृत्य संगीत रो नृत्य हेउची देसी कर्मा तारी भीतर मु आपण छोटियाटे कहि दोची फूल फूल को पसंद है गुल गुल को पसंद है किसी को क्या पसंद है मुझे आप लोग का प्यार बहुत पसंद है
वाह वाह
थैंक यू
बहुत बढ़िया अन्नदा।
Thank you, sir.
आप लोगों के सामने ये डांस पेश करने आ रहे हैं मृत्युंजय, स्वर्णांजलि, सोनाली, नमिता, नर्मदा, शिवानी एंड सच्चिदानंद। जो गाने गाने जा रहे हैं वो है गोकुलानंद साहू एंड तपस्विनी पटेल और इसे निर्देशना दिए हैं गुरु श्री गंगाधर दास।
समस्त कलाकार मानक पई गोटे जोरदार करताली स्वागत करा जाओ मंच को देसी कर्मा।
Artists are from Lok Shastra Kala Parishad Katak and that is sponsored by Eastern Zone Cultural Center, Kolkata, Ministry of Culture, Government of India. Once again, give a big hand for Desi Karma dancers. And guys, be ready for the beats, for the rhythm, for the dance. यार फ्लोर में आग लगनी चाहिए बिल्कुल।
খায় পূজা পূজা জুহুর গুজা মাটির মাদল খায় পূজা রে মাটির মাদল খায় পূজা বুহা গো দদা দেখত অজা বুহা হুতকি হুতকি বাঁদল বজা তুলকি উঠু হিয়া গো দদা তুলকি উঠু হিয়া বজা দদা মাদল বজা গরম সানির কর্মা পূজা বজা দদা মাদল বজারে গরম সানির কর্মা পূজা বুড়া মা গরম সানির ধ্বজারে মন্দলিয়া মন্দলিয়া পাহে দেবী পূজা উতুকি উতুকি মাদল বজারে মন্দলিয়া মন্দলিয়ার পাহে দেবী পূজা গুজা সুহুর গুজা মাটির মাদল খায় পূজারে মাটির মাদল খায় পূজা পূজা
Big hand for Desi Karma troupe. नीलाद्रौ शङ्खमध्ये शतदलकमले रत्नसिंहासनस्थं सर्वालङ्कारयुक्तं नवघनरुचिरं संयुक्तं चाग्रजेन भद्राया वामभागे रथचरणयुतं ब्रह्मरुद्रेन्द्रवन्द्यं देवानां सारमीशं सुमनपरिवृतं ब्रह्मदारुं स्मरामि। वही जगन्नाथ जिन्हें चंदन चर्चित करके हर रोज आप प्रणिपात करते हो। बोलो जय जगन्नाथ स्वामी की
जय।
एक बार फिर से जय जगन्नाथ स्वामी की।
से सुंदर कंठरे समस्तंकर सुंदर लगुच जय जगन्नाथंकर कथा किंतु टिके आगर गोटे छोट शब्द आसला रंगवती रंगवती कनकलता हसीपदे कहल कथा
आसीबा रंगवती को
फेरी जीवा सेठी की टिके तो पेशेंस रख हब हब सब किछि हब ताहले सबरे पुणी घुरी घुरी से भगवान को पाखक जीवाको हमको निश्चय अछि। आज जदि आम हस समय आम भगवान को धन्यवाद न देबा ताहले दुख समय लुह बहिला बेले भगवान को मध्य आम अभिमान करि परिबा नाही। तेणु आज मंच रे जो कलाकार माने आपण माने को नृत्य माध्यम रे एते किछि ढेर सारा आनंद देउछनी तांको पई गोटे धन्यवाद स्वरूप आपण माने को सुंदर हाथ रे ताली दिए जाऊ। थैंक्स अ लॉट। से जगतर नाथ जगन्नाथ जहाँकर सब किछि बड़ बड़ होई थाए दांड तांकर बड़ दांड जहाँक नेत बड़ नेत जहाँक देउल बड़ देउल जहाँकर आखि बड़ आखि चगा आखि से जगन्नाथ पाखक आम निश्चय फेरी जावा कारण कथारे अच्छी भाव को निकट अभाव को दूर। तेणु भक्त पाखरे जदि से भाव अच्छी निश्चय से भगवान का आशीर्वाद पाइब। ताहले जहाँक पाखरे चंदन चहट थाए कस्तूरी महक थाए दयणामाल पड़गले से फेरी जाती से बड़ दांड को बड़ देउल को ताहले कौन आम थरे फेरी जावानी से देउल को ठाकुर का आशीर्वाद सानिध्य करवानी ना करवा निश्चय। आम मन मध्य चंचल पवन ठारू अधिक चंचल होची मन आम एठी थाई आज आपण मानकु नै जीवो से बड़ दांड को जगन्नाथ को पाखक केवल नृत्य संगीत माध्यम रे ताहले चलंत फेरी जीवा से जगन्नाथंकर सानिध्य पाइबा को ए नृत्य माध्यम रे आपण मानकु नै जीवे कलाकार माने जो अभिनय आनिबे आपण मानक सामना को चंदन चर्चिता a depiction of bhava expressed in a song. This Abhinay danced to the musical poetry of Jayadev immensely lyrical love poem. The real love and affection, the poet narrated the eternity of love between Sri Krishna and gopis. To attract gopis, Sri Krishna dressed with pato in yellow color and different kinds of ornaments with scented sandal painted in the face of Sri Krishna to attract the gopis. ताले आमे माने मध्य फेरी जीवा सेई कृष्ण को पाखको आ आज गोपी होई कृष्ण को पाखरे नृत्य करिबा कोन जीवा तो सो लेट्स गो फॉर अभिनय चंदन चर्चिता।
The program is sponsored by Eastern Zone Cultural Center, Ministry of Culture, Government of India. Please give a big hand for Chandana Charchita.
अनेक नारी परिरंभ संभ्रम अनेक विलम्ब संभ्रम स्फुरन् मनोहारि विलासलालसम् मुरारी मारात् उपदर्शयन्ति असौ उपदर्शयन्ति असौ सखी 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 समक्षम् पुनरा राधिका पुनराग राधिका पुनराग राधिका पुनराग राधिका चंदन चर्चित नीलकली परपीत वसन वनमाली 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 केली चलन्मणि कुंडल मंडित गंड युग स्मित शाली केली चलन्मणि कुंडल मंडित गंड युग स्मित शाली पीन पयोदर भार भरेण हरिं परिरभ्य सरागम पीन पयोदर भार भरेण हरिं परिरभ्य सरागम गोपवधूरनुगायति काचिकुदञ्चित पंचमरागम गोपवधूरनुगायत काचिकुदञ्चित पंचमरागम कापि विलास विलोल विलोचन खेलन जनित मनोजम कापि विलास विलोल विलोचन खेलन जनित मनोजम ध्यायति मुग्धवधूरधिकं मधुसूदन वदन सरोजम ध्यायति मुग्धवधूरधिकं मधुसूदन वदन सरोजम कापि कपोल तले मिलिताल पितुं किमपि श्रुति मूले कापि कपोल तले मिलिताल पितुं किमपि श्रुति मूले चारु चुचुम्बनितं भवति दयितं पूलकैरनुकूले चारु चुचुम्बनितं भवति दयितं पूलकैरनुकूले केलिकला कुतुकेन चकाचितमुं यमुना वनकूले केलिकला कुतुकेन चकाचितमुं यमुना वनकूले मंजुल मंजुल कुञ्जगत विचकर्षकरेण दुकूले मंजुल मंजुल कुञ्जगतं विचकर्षकरेण दुकूले करतल ताल 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 तरल वलयावल कलित कलस्वन वंशे करतल ताल तरल वलयावल कलित कलस्वन वंशे रासरसे सग नृत्य परा हरिणा युवती प्रशंसे रासरसे सग नृत्य परा हरिणा युवती प्रशंसे श्लिष्यति कामपि चुम्बति कामपि श्लिष्यति कामपि चुम्बति कामपि श्लिष्यति कामपि चुम्बति कामपि कामपि रमयति रामां श्लिष्यति कामपि चुम्बति कामपि कामपि रमयति रामां पश्यति सस्मित चारुतरम् अपरामनुगच्छति वामां पश्यति सस्मित चारुतराम् अपरामनुगच्छति वामां श्रीजयदेव बणितमितमद्भुत केशव केळि रहस्यं रहस्यं श्रीजयदेव बणितमितमद्भुत केशव केळि रहस्यं बृन्दावन विपिने चरितं वितनोतु शुभानि यशस्यम् బృందావన విపినే చరితం వితనోతు శుభాని యశస్సిని హరిరేఖ ముగ్ధ వధూన కరే విలాసిని విలసతి కేళి పరే 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 హరిరేఖ 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 హరిరేఖ
बोलो गोविंद हरि हरि, गोविंद हरि हरि, गोविंद हरि हरि. Thank you all. Give a big hand for all our artists. अब पारी आ गया भाई. रंगवती लो रंगवती, हे रंगवती रंगवती कौन कलता हसी पदे कहलो कथा. Yes, my dear friends, for all your requirement, on all your demand, we are coming with Rangavati, Sambalpuri folk dance, the most popular song from Odisha, the dance from Odisha, which is world famous. Rangavati, both the artists, those who have created this masterpiece, are awarded with Padma Shri by Government of India. So Sambalpuri folk dance is a strong rhythmic based dance. Although there are many patterns of Sambalpuri music, the 6 patterns Dalkhai, Rasarkeli, Nachniya, Bhajaniya, Maila Jada and Jani Phula are important among all. This gives birth to Sambalpuri folk dance. So we are going for the Rangavati dance. Rangavati, Rangavati. And the artists are Mrutyunjay and Narmada, and it is directed and composed by Guru Sri Gangadhar Das. Please give a big hand for the artist.
Life is very beautiful. Life is always meaningful. So always try to love yourself and give love others also. We have to enjoy with lots of entertainment, and वो entertainment हम हैं, आपके लिए लाए हैं यहाँ पे इस संस्कृति को सम्मान देंगे. तो चलिए दोस्तों, आज हो जाए एक फिर से entertainment, entertainment, entertainment and entertainment. वो entertainment है हम.
सारे लोगों को डांस करना पड़ेगा. रंगवती, प्लीज.
हेलो.
রঙ্গবতী রে রঙ্গবতী হে রঙ্গবতী রে রঙ্গবতী এ রঙ্গবতী রঙ্গবতী কনকলতা হসিপদে গহন কথা রঙ্গবতী রঙ্গবতী কনকলতা হসিপদে গহন কথা তাকে সুতা মালে হেলান গোটা রঙ্গবতী রঙ্গবতী মূর্ধন কেড়ে মিলন ছন ছন হে শ্রীমন এই আহা মূর্ধন কেড়ে মিলন ছন ছন হে শ্রীমন হিহি খজি কলা সাঙ্গ সরিষা হিহি খজি কলা সাঙ্গ সরিষা টুবু টুবু মনে কলে সুরুতা রঙ্গবতী রঙ্গবতী গঙ্গা ঘরে চকা জহ্ন গঙ্গা ঘরে চকা জহ্ন আহা মূর্ধন ফুল চন্দন পুরিথিবা দুই গান এ আহা মূর্ধন ফুল চন্দন পুরিথিবা দুই গান বাছুগা সাহি আমার পড়িসা বাছুগা সাহি আমার পড়িসা জুই যাই মলি অপরাজিতা রঙ্গবতী রঙ্গবতী আহা মোর জুনা দিহি তিমিনা তোর বিনে মুই বনা এই আহা মোর জুনা দিহি তিমিনা তোর বিনে মুই বনা নুয়া গড়ি দে মা ভার দুরুছা নুয়া গড়ি দে মা ভার দুরুছা যুগে যুগে কথা গায়ে বাগিতা রঙ্গবতী 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 রে রঙ্গবতী হে রঙ্গবতী রে রঙ্গবতী হে ରଙ୍ଗବତୀ ରଙ୍ଗବତୀ କନକ ଲତା ହସି ପଦେ ଗହନ କଥା ରଙ୍ଗବତୀ ରଙ୍ଗବତୀ କନକ ଲତା ହସି ପଦେ ଗହନ କଥା তাকে সুতা মানে হেলা নগুঠা রঙ্গবতী রঙ্গবতী হে রঙ্গবতী রে রঙ্গবতী হে রঙ্গবতী রে রঙ্গবতী হে রঙ্গবতী রে রঙ্গবতী
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और डांस करना है? इतना काफी नहीं यार, मेरे टांगे दर्द करने लगे हैं यार। और डांस नहीं हो सकता। डांस वर्षों तक वन में घूम घूम बाधा विघ्नों को चूम चूम सह धूप घाम पानी पत्थर पांडव आए कुछ और निखर सौभाग्य न सब दिन सोता है देखे आगे क्या होता है। मैत्री की राह बताने को सबको सुमार्ग पर लाने को दुर्योधन को समझाने को भीषण विध्वंस बचाने को भगवान हस्तिनापुर आए पांडव का संदेशा लाए। दो न्याय अगर तो आधा दो पर उसमें भी यदि बाधा हो तो दे दो केवल 5 ग्राम रखो अपनी धरती तमाम हम वहीं खुशी से खाएंगे परिजन पर असी न उठाएंगे। दुर्योधन वो भी दे न सका आशीष समाज का ले न सका उल्टे हरि को बांधने चला जो था असाध्य साधने चला। जब नास मनुज पर छाता है पहले विवेक मर जाता है। हरि ने भीषण हुंकार किया अपना स्वरूप विस्तार किया डगमग डगमग दिग्गज डोले भगवान कुपित होकर बोले हाँ हाँ दुर्योधन बांध मुझे जंजीर बढ़ाकर साध मुझे जंजीर बढ़ाकर साध मुझे। यह देख गगन मुझ में लय है यह देख पवन मुझ में लय है मुझ में विलीन झंकार सकल मुझ में विलीन संसार सकल अमरत्व फूलता है मुझ में संघार झूलता है मुझ में। मुझे बांधना चाहे मन पहले बांध अनंत गगन जो सुने को साध न सकता है वो मुझे बांध कर सकता है। वही भगवान कृष्ण की दशावतार को लेकर हम अगले कार्यक्रम लेकर आ रहे हैं। अन्नदा आपके साथ।
देवकी नंदनाय विद्महे वासुदेवाय धीमहि तन्न कृष्णः प्रचोदयात् दामोदराय विद्महे वासुदेवाय धीमहि तन्न कृष्णः प्रचोदयात्। से कृष्ण से विष्णु से राम अनेक अवतार अनेक रूप तांकर किंतु आम समस्तଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ से गोटे केवल भगवान 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 जो भगवान आशीर्वाद आम समस्तଙ୍କ ପାଇଁ निहाती रही एवं रही जदि आम सत् उपाय थिबा सत् बाटरे थिबा। धन्यवाद। तो आज यही संस्कृति माध्यम आम आपण मानक से भगवान पाखक पुणी थे फेर नबू आमर नृत्यर अभिनय कलाकार मैंने आपण मानक भेटी रखिंट 10 अवतार 10 अवतार. This 10 avatar signifies the 10 incarnations of Lord Vishnu. The Lord appeared several times to save the world from a terrifying Tilgri, the monster or fish, rescued the Vedas from the depth of the flood. The Kurma saved the world from drowning by supporting it on his back. The Varaha or the white boar held the world safe above the water on the ribs of his toes. Next, Lord Vishnu appeared in the form of the Narasimha or the half man, half lion to save his devotee Prahlad from the persecution of the evil Hiranyakashipu. The Vamana or the dwarf came to destroy the pride Rajabali had in his oil, known charity and generosity. Taking the form of Parshuram, Lord Vishnu destroyed the erring race of the Kshatriyas. As Lord Rama, he slew the mighty Ravan. Again, as Lord Buddha, he preached ahimsa. Finally, the Kalki avatar, which is yet to come, is to ride into the world on a horse with purpose of destroying all non-believers. The famous poet Jadav signs the praises of Lord Vishnu, describing his 10 incarnations. That is known as 10 Avatar. So ladies and gentlemen, please big a round of applause for this beautiful dance form that is 10 Avatar.
केशव धृत मीन शरीरा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे. Please welcome all our artists for their last performance in Odissi, Dasavatar, and you all know Dasavatar by Saint Jayadev, जिसको ना सुनने पर भगवान जगन्नाथ को रात को नींद नहीं आती. रोज रात को भगवान जगन्नाथ को जब हम दशावतार सुनाते हैं तभी जाके वो सोने जाते हैं. तो ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, please give a big hand for our artists for Dasavatar.
Also congratulated our institute, Satyavadi Sangeet Mahavidyalaya.
हरे 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 जय जगदीश हरे जय 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 जगदीश हरे जय 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 जगदीश हरे 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 जय जगदीश हरे केशव धृत दशविधरूप जय जगदीश हरे जय 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 जगदीश हरे जय 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 जगदीश हरे वेदानुद्धरते जगं निवहते वेदानुद्धरते जगं निवहते भूगोलम् उद्बिभ्रते भूगोलम् उद्बिभ्रते दैत्यं धारयते बलिं छलयते दैत्यं धारयते बलिं छलयते क्षत्रक्षयं कुर्वते क्षत्रक्षयं कुर्वते पौलस्त्यं जायते हलं कलयते पौलस्त्यं जायते हलं कलयते कारुण्यम् आतन्वते कारुण्यम् आतन्वते म्लेच्छान् मूर्छयते म्लेच्छान् मूर्छयते दशकृति कृते दशकृति कृते कृष्णाय तुभ्यं नमः कृष्णाय तुभ्यं नमः कृष्णाय तुभ्यं नमः कृष्णाय तुभ्यं नमः वेदानुद्धरते 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 कृष्णाय तुभ्यं नमः कृष्णाय तुभ्यं नमः कृष्णाय तुभ्यं नमः जगन्निवहते 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 कृष्णाय तुभ्यं नमः कृष्णाय तुभ्यं नमः कृष्णाय तुभ्यं नमः उद्बिभ्रते भूगोलम् उद्बिभ्रते भूगोलम् उद्बिभ्रते भूगोलम् उद्बिभ्रते कृष्णाय तुभ्यं नमः कृष्णाय तुभ्यं नमः कृष्णाय तुभ्यं नमः दैत्यं धारयते दैत्यं धारयते दैत्यं धारयते दैत्यं धारयते दैत्यं धारयते कृष्णाय तुभ्यं नमः कृष्णाय तुभ्यं नमः कृष्णाय तुभ्यं नमः बलिं छलयते बलिं छलयते बलिं छलयते बलिं छलयते बलिं छलयते कृष्णाय तुभ्यं नमः कृष्णाय तुभ्यं नमः क्षत्रक्षयं कुर्वते क्षत्रक्षयं कुर्वते क्षत्रक्षयं कुर्वते क्षत्रक्षयं कुर्वते कृष्णाय तुभ्यं नमः कृष्णाय तुभ्यं नमः कृष्णाय तुभ्यं नमः पौलस्त्यं जयते पौलस्त्यं जयते पौलस्त्यं जयते पौलस्त्यं जयते पौलस्त्यं जयते कृष्णाय तुभ्यं नमः कृष्णाय तुभ्यं नमः कृष्णाय तुभ्यं नमः हालं कलायते हालं कलायते हालं कलायते हालं कलायते हालं कलायते कृष्णाय तुभ्यं नमः कृष्णाय तुभ्यं नमः कृष्णाय तुभ्यं नमः कारुण्यं आतनोति कारुण्यं आतनोति कारुण्यं आतनोति कारुण्यं आतनोति कृष्णाय तुभ्यं नमः कृष्णाय तुभ्यं नमः कृष्णाय तुभ्यं नमः म्लेच्छान्मूर्छयते 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 कृष्णाय तुभ्यं नमः कृष्णाय तुभ्यं नमः कृष्णाय तुभ्यं नमः दशाकृति कृते दशाकृति कृते दशाकृति कृते दशाकृति कृते दशाकृति कृते कृष्णाय तुभ्यं नमः 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 तुभ्यं नमः तुभ्यं नमः तुभ्यं नमः
Krishnaya Tubhyam Namaha. Thank you all. Please give a big hand again. नींद आ रहा है क्या? Now we are going to present the last item of this evening. चुटकू चुटा माइला जड़ चुटकू चुटा ए ननी पानी मारी गला झाई पानी मारी गला झाई रे ननी पानी मारी गला झाई. Sambhalpuri folk dance from Chutku Chuta. When you watch this dance with Dulduli, the sounds of dhol, nisan, tasa, jhanj, mahuri, flute and tarsani are the main instruments used for this dance. So the Chutku Chuta is seen on the occasion of Bhai Juntia, the great festival of Western Odisha. This festival is celebrated on the occasion of Navaratri Mahastami in the month of Aswina to worship Ma Durga. All married and unmarried young girls perform this dance. So give a big hand for
Hello.
Chutku Chuta. Our dancers are Suranjali Behra, Sonali Bisoi, Namita Dalai, Narmada Dalai, and accompanists are Prashanta, Siva, Rahul, Mrityunjay, Manoj, Sachidananda, and Prashanta Behra. Singers Goklananda Sahu and Tapaswini Patel, and direction and composition by Guru Sri Gangadhar Das. This program is presented by Lok Shastra Kala Parishad Katak, and it is sponsored by Eastern Zone Cultural Center, Kolkata, Ministry of Culture, Government of India. Give a big hand for Chutku Chuta. Have patience, no noise. Give a big hand. आवाज सुनाई नहीं दिया और जोर से
बोलो मां समलेश्वरी की
पतिरी अरे ढलिया खुसाथी चाउरी मुड़ी तार संगे पान पतिरी ओन पभिछे सकटा पर साड़ी ओन पभिछे सकटा पर साड़ी गाँ सारा हुला जारी रे नानी हेला जांगिरी गाँ सारा हुला जारी रे नानी हेला जांगिरी सब खाटी सुनिरी चौका मुही हसीरी सब खाटी सुनिरी चौका मुही हसीरी सब खाटी सुनिरी चौका मुही हसीरी चौका मुही हसीरी नानी हसीनु छुला ना बड़ी रे बेले मुँह के मुड़ी नानी हसीनु छुला ना बड़ी रे बेले मुँह के मुड़ी पिता रे लाली बना पिता जुरा बेनी खिरपिनी के लाली बना पिता बाक्सी त्या कुची वाले फूल गजरा हेता रुम जुम जुम पहरी संगे दस परी पैसाला पाँच बन संगे पत्री मालो आर पोला मालो झरा गुना नाक फुटी की बौला झरा गुना नाक फुटी की बौला डाउल डाउल लड़ू लटकी बड़ू रे बनरिया कतरिया बहाटी बनरिया कतरिया बहाटी अरुलरी रुलर छकसरी बसारे हे किया तोर धन बेलाटी मोखा पूर्ण पान किया तो धन बेजाटी मौका झूठे है गए लगा सुधान रे झूठे है गए लगा सुधान रे छूछे छका कोना रे मैला जोड़ो बुढ़ा सा बुलाड़ा बड़ रे मैला जोड़ो धन का चल जीमा बड़ गड़ रे मैला जोड़ो जते जतने रानी था तू न हरे जते जतने रानी था तू न कहवा नहीं लेनु न
शेष थर पर ताली मार दिंतु बहुत जोर रे। Now this is time to felicitate our artist. जो कलाकार यहाँ पे अपने कला प्रदर्शन किए उनको अभी सम्मानित करना हमारा फर्ज है. I would like to request Professor Upendra Padhi, Chairman NMC, Professor V.L. Darudkar sir, Professor Biplab Loh Chaudhary sir to come on the stage to felicitate our artist.
Hello. Now I would like to request Guru Sri Gangadhar Das and Guru Lingaraj Swami. First, I request Guru Sri Gangadhar Das, please come on the stage for felicitation.
Guru Gangadhar Das and team, Lok Shastra Kala Parishad Katak, Guru Gangadhar Das and his team. आपण को सहित आपनकर पूरा टीम को लेके आसंतु पूरा ग्रुप सहित. Please give a big hand. करताली सहित संबर्धना दियंतु कलाकार मानकर मनोबल को प्रोत्साहित करंतु. धन्यवाद गुरु श्री गंगाधर दास. समस्त कलाकार आज बहुत सुंदर नृत्य परिवेशन करिसंती. आपण मानकु समस्त को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. सत्यवादी संगीत महाविद्यालय रो कलाकार मानकु जो माने ओडिसी परिवेशन करुतिले, ऑल द आर्टिस्ट फ्रॉम सत्यवादी संगीत महाविद्यालय, on behalf of Guru Lingaraj Swami, I would like to request Sri Badri Narayan Khuntia to come to the stage. सत्यवादी संगीत महाविद्यालय र समस्त कलाकार, ओडिसी नृत्यांगना एवं नृत्यशिल्पी एवं तांको गुरु श्री लिंगराज स्वाई स्थान रे बद्री नारायण खुंटिया को मु अनुरोध करुछि मंच ऊपर को आसीबे. समस्तन को पई गोटे बड़ करताली हो. They all have performed well. Brilliant performance by all our artists. Now I would like to request Professor Upendra Padhi sir, Professor V.L. Darudkar sir and Professor Biplab Loh Chaudhary sir to felicitate our artists. Please give a big hand. Shall we join? Thank you all for your patience. Thank you all for enjoying this wonderful evening. I thank all the artists. I thank Eastern Zonal Cultural Center, Kolkata, Ministry of Culture, Government of India for this support. Tomorrow evening we will be having more cultural programs for all of you. I hope those who have missed today and those who have enjoyed today, it is their responsibility to communicate to others that you have missed the bus. Don't miss it again. Tomorrow you are going to enjoy more such programs. कल और बहुत मस्ती बाकी है मेरे दोस्तों. कल हम फिर मिलेंगे. तब तक हम अलविदा लेते हैं आज के लिए. We are कभी अलविदा ना कहना, कभी अलविदा ना कहना, चलते चलते मेरे ये गीत याद रखना, कभी अलविदा ना कहना, कभी अलविदा ना कहना.
दिन सरीब दिन हेब, राति सरीब राति हेब. आजिर रातिटा आमे जोठी ना जोठी रहि जिबा, कालीर रातिरे एई समय रे एई जगह रे पुणी निश्चय देखा हबो. एई प्रतिश्रुति सहित हमको विदाय दियंतु. शुभ रात्रि.
All are requested to join us for the dinner in the food court. All are requested to join us for the dinner in the food court. रात्रि भोजन के लिए आप सबको स्वागत है. खाना खाइए, आराम से सोइए.